Welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on, let's see, I think we have a computer that needs to be muted. Okay. On, let's see, Tuesday, November 18th. Welcome. We are going to have an update from our airport design team on our exciting modernization project over at the Pickens County Airport. I'll turn it over to you all. Meg, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks
Yeah,
for having
okay.
us. Let's see here, I can share my screen, the design team.
Oh yeah, red light on for microphones
There we go, I think
to
we got
pick
it.
up the
Can you
presentations.
hear us okay? All right, let's get our screen share. Ryan, did you want to kick us off here? I'll get the screen going.
I'd love to. Are we ready?
We are.
Just
We're
get the
ready, if
screen
you're
share
ready.
going.
Well, this is your second installment of an update, so pretty exciting. And I will just say that from our last task force meeting, which you'll hear about a little bit today, and our public input session down valley at the Hoffman Hotel, we got a lot of good feedback. And what's very interesting is we're starting to coalesce around some ideas. So that's what Tony and company are going to share today. But it is exciting to see the progress, and I think this will be a good chance for you all to sort of absorb that and then let us know if you have any feedback. So good timing for that, and thanks, Tony. I think we're ready to go.
Great, and we'll go nice and slow. You guys can chime in. I know some of you were able to attend some of those open houses, so some of the material will be familiar. But I thought we'd start here with the calendar, just an update on where we've been and where we're going. The things that are sort of grayed out are the dates we've already passed by. We've, of course, already kicked off, and we've had a couple of updates with you and conceptual meetings with the task force and with the public. We have our update today with you and with the AAB this week, and then the first week of December we'll have another round of task force engagement shared with the public a few weeks ago, which we've been working on refining. And so what we'll come back with in 2 weeks is an updated version of what you're going to see today. And we'll get another round of feedback on those concepts. And that will kind of wrap up this phase of design. Right now we're in concepts and programming that runs through the end of the year. We'll allow feedback on those concepts through January 9th. And then SD begins January 12th. So that will concept and programming phase will end January 9th, and then we'll start schematic design on January 12th. So that gives you sort of a rundown on where we've been and where we're heading as we approach the holiday season and into the new year. And as I mentioned, so we've had a second community outreach, the Open House Mid-Valley. And we had a open survey that ran from the open house here at the firehouse earlier through, I think the survey closed November 6th, and over 300 responses came in. And this is a general sort of report out on how those responses came back. A couple just high-level report outs on how the public was responding. So we asked high level, what is the airport primarily used for? We've got a lot of leisure use, a mixed use, so a lot of, like 80% of the folks fall in that camp. And then how often? A lot of folks are around monthly or 6 to 10 times a year. So it gives you a good view. A lot of people are there at least once a month.
Greg, go ahead.
First of all,
Yeah.
we didn't determine whether or not you want us to interrupt while you're
Oh,
going.
interrupt.
or
Yeah,
after.
go for it. We're one slide in. Feel
When
free.
you say leisure, I'm assuming this is all travelers.
That's
we're
right.
pulling. We're not pulling people who might go to the airport to have lunch.
You can see that there's only 5 people that responded to the survey that rarely go to the airport. So almost everybody that's responding
These are
are people
airport users. This
are
is-
airport users.
Okay, so when you're saying leisure, pick up business or business and leisure, it's business travel or vacation travel.
That's right.
Thank you. I just wanted
Yeah.
to be make sure I understood that.
Yeah, and
Thanks.
just roughly about 60 of the 300 only use it 2 to 3 times a year or less. So it's mostly people are there about once a month or more. Yeah,
I know.
of the 300. So it's
For
a-
the people who replied to the
Of the
survey.
people who
Yeah.
replied to
of the
survey.
300, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the people that are responding are heavily engaged at what's happening there because they use it a lot, which makes a lot of sense.
For the percentages of airport users. Yeah,
Right.
Not the public. Right.
Francie.
Go ahead. Fran.
I have a question for Ryan, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So when you have these open houses, in the past, John has told us that some events he would rather, or they would rather, the commissioners don't go because it has an inhibiting effect. Do you feel that's true of these open houses?
I didn't think so. I mean,
Okay.
I felt at this last one that several of you were there, and they were very well attended. So I think, frankly, you blended in quite well, and it did give you all a chance to get a sneak preview of what those concepts were too.
Right. Okay,
so-
great. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think they liked seeing us there.
Yeah, okay.
And then here, just to summarize, I mean, we asked about 20 questions, so I'm just here representing the big picture. So the top 3 things that the public were ranking in the 20 questions, top 3 things that they were the most interested in the airport representing in its final condition is that it's got a world-class quality and it's a very welcoming experience that ranked very highly among the surveyed. That it's a comfortable multimodal waiting area, so they were really interested in that sort of GTC multimodal area having some presence there on the site, and that there was an integration with RAFTA and the BRT mass transit. So there's certainly an interest among those 300 at least that there's a high level of integration with your multimodal systems. So warm and welcoming, safety on the ground, those are things that the airport users are very interested in making sure that we execute on. And then just a couple of quotes here that you feel like you're arriving home when you arrive, and that it should be a great experience, fast, delightful, and not crowded or stressful. So
Just point out, there's a typo, weather. Weather should be with an H.
Yeah,
Okay, just wanna
you're
make
right.
sure you- But hey, it's what they said.
The weather affects whether you move here.
Yeah, that's right.
Or whether you get in
Or
and
whether
out.
you leave.
Spell check won't fix that. Yeah. And then we had some open-ended questions in the survey as well, and so we tried to group those, summarizing the feedback into categories. So how can the experience be like any other airport? A great passenger experience flow. There's about 45 of the comments that were really talking about how you move through the airport and making sure that that's a really great experience. A lot of people really wanted to make sure that it felt like it was of the valley, that it took in the mountain views, and that it was operationally efficient. And then we asked kind of, because warm and welcoming could mean a lot of different things to a lot of people, so we were trying to gauge how to embody that. And so there was a lot of comments about the sense of place, which again is still a little bit nebulous, so we're going to work through that a little bit, and we're going to show, I think, in schematic design some ideas, and we'll survey again our impression of what that is and make sure that it's aligned with what you and your community thinks that means. And then upgraded amenities, natural materials, and again, comfortable waiting came into play.
The term sense of place is used a lot in this
Exactly, yeah.
community. And ComDev may be able to help you because they hear it a lot coming in with building codes and land use stuff as to how you can better define what people mean by that. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've spoken with them about that, but
Well, and I think I have to say the hallway that we saw at their office is really creating and trying to understand that sense of place. So they have been doing quite a bit of research on that, and then I think also hearing from the task forces of what they feel like that sense of place is, because so much of what the task force input is those looking at things through those common ground recommendations. So.
But
But-
ComDev may be able to fill you in just a little bit on what they feel when people come in and say, your building code needs to further our sense of place.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, and
may
I
be able to just give you another little
Sure.
insight.
I think the process that they're underway with right now in the master plan, they may have some unique feedback. So.
Thanks.
Francie and then Greg.
Thanks.
Were these topics generated by you and given to them, or are these totally came from the public?
The questions on top were the questions we asked, and
Yeah.
then these are our attempt to sort of group their answers
Okay.
into topics that represent their answers.
So you didn't have a list for them to choose from, they
No,
generated
these were open-ended questions.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just perspective on sense of place, to belabor the point. It sounds like they got it, but somebody traveling here for the first time who's heard about Aspen from Entertainment Tonight and Fox News is going to have a different idea what to expect than what we think our sense of place is.
Right.
When you ask me what I think, ostentatious is not what it is, but it may, well, just to say, there's that, let's make sure we understand whose sense of place we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's I think a really important one, and I think you guys are right on track. But it's an interesting thought. You know, what people's expectations are could be wildly different from what we think we are.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go way offline here, I'm really sorry, I can't resist. You may not like that it's ostentatious, but there is certainly a character of ostentatious in Aspen. Whether or not we want to promote that is another.
Well, that's a good point, and I don't. I was also going to add, if I could, very briefly, this is the most important edifice facility that we've built probably since the Hotel Jerome or the Wheeler Opera House. So this is serious
No
stuff.
pressure.
No pressure, guys.
We have the opportunity here to actually guide people towards the sense of place we want them to feel by
Thank you.
how we handle the
Yeah.
whole project.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's right. And remember that the folks we're polling here are your community. We're not asking the public
General
at
public.
large. I mean, the folks that are responding to this are generally folks that live in the valley and that are attending these events. So the responses we're going to get through this process are people that are of this place. So that's hopefully going to help guide us toward an authentic response to this answer.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm sorry to drag that out, but it was worth it.
It is important.
Yeah, it is very important. Okay, and so just to highlight, there's a lot of alignment. We're asking these same questions of the task force, and Meg's going to talk a little bit about the task force process. We're getting really consistent answers between the public responses and the task force responses on making it feel like the valley, seeing the mountain views, comfortable seating, efficiency, and the need for more restrooms. And then there's a couple of things where the public and the task force aren't quite lining up yet, and so we have some work to do to get alignment there. And one primary one is on the idea of jet bridges. The common ground recommendations are in conflict on that topic. The public is in conflict on that topic, and the task forces are on conflict on that topic. So the design team is carrying both options, frankly, for now and for a while. I think we need to carry both options through the pricing exercise and through SD until we can really come to you with options for you all to make decisions on what to do for your airport. There's a lot to consider on the front of whether or not to include jet bridges in whole, in part, or not at all. And then on the sustainability goals, we've talked a lot here, and your RFQ stated a desire to be a very, very sustainable airport, if not the most in the world. And the public has this gap of understanding on what that might mean. And so we have an education to do on why that's important, what that'll mean from a cost point of view, what that'll mean from an indoor environmental point of view, what that'll mean from a storytelling point of view as leaders, as community leaders for the world, and what this facility can do. And so I think there's not the public is interested, but they need to understand why that's becoming such a big and important piece of the design. And so I think our design team and the leadership on both the commissioners, the airport leadership, the AAB will all need to kind of form that story together so that everybody can get aligned with why we're reaching so far on the sustainability story.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that you felt that the public wasn't totally attuned to what that might mean, because we have a pretty well-educated public here about environmental issues and what sustainability means. And I mean, the whole county has declared the climate an emergency, so I'm surprised.
Well, the survey is saying they don't think it's that important.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we think that they're thinking about it as a cost to the project, that they're less interested in a premium to the project and a certification for a certification's sake. And so I think it's on us to explain that that's not what we're pursuing. We're not going to spend money unnecessarily on a piece of paper and a signature, but in fact, it's all things that will reduce climate change, that will reduce cost of operations, that it's about the indoor quality of the user, that it's going to improve the employees' ability to perform their tasks better, that it's going to reduce stress of the users, that all of the things we're doing are long-term benefits to both the building and the user, and that we're not doing anything just for the sake of getting a kudo or being able to write a white paper. And so I think that's where we need to make sure that all of those things are true on the initiatives that we're indeed employing in the design, and that we're all telling that story to the public so that they understand and are feeling supportive of those decisions.
So
I'm
part
glad
of
I
the-
asked
part-
that question because I really enjoyed your answer.
Part of the conflict is that some people perceive it as an add-on thing that costs more, rather than inherently included in how the building is built.
That's
I
right.
see. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, you have to come on up and press the red light on the button. Marina.
It was on. There you go.
I was just going to mention that the public feedback is mixed. We do get the responses that say it's very high priority and they get into specifics, and then there's other folks that say not interested, or it's more important that the building lasts a long time than that it meets all these other specific sustainability goals. So it's across the map kind of public feedback.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, so I'm gonna just pause here and let Meg give you all a rundown of how the second task force meeting went on concepts. Meg?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Good luck with that.
I think you all received my email right after the second task force meeting that I was just absolutely over the top with enthusiasm about the enthusiasm that the task force members, all of them, felt and shared and talked about. It was just, they could have stayed there again till late at night. It was just very, very, very good and in-depth thinking too. So I'm so pleased so far with the task force members and their participation. The top three ranking multimodal concepts, things that they're thinking about, are the first one being a protected pedestrian access from mass transit stops. And Tony, that means we interpret that to mean covered and not out in the open, right?
That's right, yeah.
Right. Then on-site integration of Rafter BRT and mass transit. So it's good to see that they're thinking about that as part of the airport's responsibility. And then along with that, decreasing single occupancy vehicle trips. So I'm very interested to see that the task force members as well as the public are thinking about all of this effect that the airport has on transportation and so forth. So those are good things for the multimodal task force to work on. And then the terminal one is we keep seeing this world-class quality, welcoming experience. There was some controversy about whether they like the word world-class and what does that really mean. But we'll probably be diving into that a little bit deeper as we go on. And I'm pleased to see that the task force members are getting the picture that everything that they do needs to relate back to the vision and values and the common ground recommendations. We continue to stress that, and they seem to be agreeing. And then the net zero or net, did you have a question, Kelly?
Well, no, I just want to weigh in on that a little bit because as I think through this, these are, we've taken so many meaningful stakeholder input opportunities in the development of this design and what we will deliver in the end. And I guess I just personally am feeling like if there's a tension between what the vision statement is saying and the common ground vision document says and what we're hearing in kind of some of these, my inclination is to go back to the vision statement because that was sort of the most in-depth, intentional, you know, and robust effort to figure that out. And, you know, so I appreciate you highlighting this, because that to me is what I'm looking at. Like, if there's some tension when we come to like really having to make design decisions, I'm not going to put as much weight in some of this feedback as I am in like what we really lined out through an 18-month, you know, very public, open process. So
I really
my
commend
reaction.
ZGF, when, as Ryan mentioned, when we were there and visiting the offices, you all were spending so much time being based on talking about the common ground recommendations, not just as words, but how to interpret that in what you'll be doing. And we're trying to get that over and over again with the task force members, to the extent. I've even asked Mavis, who works with Mouse, to do little cards, you know, like business cards that will have the common ground recommendations, so that we continue to keep them focused on that, keeping them away from getting off other tangents too. You want to add to that any?
Just we've offered extra credit if they get a tattoo.
Can I ask a quick one
Yes,
on your
Greg.
previous slide?
Yeah.
Protected pedestrian access doesn't imply. So protected pedestrian access doesn't imply proximity. On-site integration does.
Yeah.
Are you gonna, could. And
Could.
So the concern is, this has to be convenient and easy, and if it's a slog under a covered walkway, we'll have succeeded here but failed.
Yeah, we've done some of our own sort of analysis of existing conditions and walked at like normal standard pace, and it's only a 3-minute walk that you have even under the overpass and to the other side of the highway. So the conditions you have now aren't a long walk, but in bad conditions, you know, you're spending actually a lot of energy to keep snow off of those pathways. And so, you know, this is just illustrating the point that we could do better in keeping it covered and making it really feel integrated with the final condition. And so I think, you know, this is highlighting the importance of where we locate that final mass transit option, and that it's really feeling tied to your existing infrastructure in a thoughtful way, in a way that reduces your energy use and that feels like it's all consistent and part of one system and one design strategy.
So people aren't making the decision, do I walk to the bus, or is it just too big a hassle?
That's right.
So-
Especially in the weather
Right,
when the
thank
weather's
you.
not good.
Right, thank you. Dragging my luggage and my skis.
That's right.
Thank you.
Francie.
So just throw a little red herring in. I do think we have to work on the transit at the airport, but Fair and Piers, when they've reported to us about our traffic in the valley, 2% of our traffic is generated by the airport. So, you know, it's really important that we talk about this and consider this and make it integrated with the other congestion points that we've talked about and that we're working on at the Transportation Coalition and other organizations that are working on it. But we need to keep in mind, we're talking 2% of the traffic.
It's a very fair point. One of the things that this project is hoping to help address is the lumberyard development as well.
Yeah.
So that's going to be quite a bit of additional residential load that the transportation center on site is hoping to help alleviate and bring those new residences into town if they're coming into town through this transit option. But you're right. Currently, the load isn't significant from the airport. What this project is trying to do, though, is allow for a promotion of mass transit where it isn't currently being used. So even if it's not day one, if there's at least an infrastructure that will allow for development and investment in future conditions that might bring more people in that way, there might be a way to alleviate some of your traffic issues on the highway through whatever we might do. And so it isn't, we don't, as a design team, you know, claim that we're going to solve your issues, but what we can do at least is provide an ability in the future that we could relieve some by providing space, or at least anticipating modes of transportation that aren't currently available.
Perfect, thank you.
I have 2 points. On that, the 2% traffic, well, it might be 2% if you average it out over a day, but you have surges.
If you have what?
Surges of traffic where it's really congested. And I think eliminating that by providing more mass transit or other travel opportunities, transportation or transit opportunities is worth all the effort. The other thing about protected pedestrian, I think a lot of it is people having to cross the pickup section on foot. Then you have to cross the what do you call it?
The rental car.
Yeah, the rental car parking lot. Then you have to cross the road over there, and then you have to. So I think that's just a different definition of protected. So it's not necessarily from the elements, etc. It's from the traffic flow.
Good point.
Back to the multimodal, there is a delicate balance between the scope of work that the architects have in the narrow space available for us to be able to address all the transportation problems and not being involved in the whole Aspen transportation problem, and the multimodal task forces understanding that limitation of those parameters. Is that
That's absolutely right, yeah.
it's important that they can't just solve the whole thing, and because that's such a prevalent issue, it's difficult for us to make sure that they stay focused on their bit of the task rather than getting into the overall thing.
One last thing.
Right.
One last thing. I think the tough part about when you brought up world class, I saw that. How do you blend the world class with the sense of place? That seems to be in direct conflict.
World-class sense of place.
I don't know. I mean, I think about,
That's very.
I'll respond to that a little bit. I mean, I think that's what Bauhaus does for us here a bit, is
Right.
ground,
Ski
making
resort.
that bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to have the sense of place about what Aspen is like, Greg, versus the world class, and that's the balance.
That's a
And
tough
then
one.
the terminal top 3 priority things they're thinking about are I went through the first 2, and then they are thinking about the net zero, net positive energy and carbon performance, and understanding all the bits and pieces of sustainability and how that does get woven into the design. So,
And real quick, we have to be careful with the terminology net zero, net positive energy, carbon performance when we're looking at federal grants. Those words are not really allowed in our federal grant applications at this point in time.
It's counterintuitive, but those are words we have to avoid.
Yeah.
I know.
So then we went into the task force concept scoring that you all are getting ready to hear more about from Tony. And with the 3 options, there seems to be, you can see the numbers, 4, 8, and 7. So this fascinating things to think about.
This is their average scoring. I'm going to show you all 3 concepts, but this is just where the task forces landed. This is the average score across both sets of task forces, their average of all task forces. So I can now show you those. Some of you saw them at the open houses, but I'll run you through the concepts here.
I didn't get a chance to see them. I kept getting,
Sidetrack. Okay. Well, we didn't bring the models here to the update, but we have the digital content here for you. And so, as mentioned, we brought 3 concepts for our presentation and to the open houses. We categorize them as number 1, the pavilion, number 2, the canopy, and number 3, the courtyard. And they're all 3 really looking at exploring the site, the ground transportation center, and the terminal in 3 very different ways. And the goal in bringing 3 concepts was to push all 3 of those categories in 3 very disparate ways so that we could learn from all 3 and not choose one of the 3 necessarily, but learn lessons from all 3 that we could then apply to a final concept in the end of the phase. So as we're going through them today, the goal is not to choose number 2 or number 3, but more just to understand what the benefits or the negatives are of those general organizations on the site.
And I will tell you, if I may, they'd had the models at our task force meeting, and the the task forces, as you well know, are divided into separate breakout groups, and it was just great fun to see them talking about the models, and we had to carry the models back and forth so they can compare
Yeah,
them.
just keep trading, yeah.
And they just really, one group just chose to stand the whole time and just move them around. They really got into it.
So high level,
I'm just gonna maybe ask that we get through the presentation part of
Yeah.
all three.
Yeah, I can
and
move real
then kind
fast.
of go back
Yeah.
and answer questions.
Sure,
Because I
yeah.
wanna make sure we have enough time for
Great.
everything. Thank you.
high level concept one looked at spreading the transportation modes across the site. So we made a disparate attempt here. We called this a braided attempt at all the roads being spread. As well as the ground transportation modes are then spread across those roads. And the terminal is a very long, thin, linear expression. Here's an image of the model and the way those road systems might work on that site. The way that the different modes of transportation would then fit in the site. And then the way inside of the terminal you would flow through the site on the ground level. Ticketing, security, exit, and baggage would all be on the lower level, and then on an upper level you would have your hold rooms, concession, and then some potential second level terraces or gardens. And when we presented this, we heard a lot. Again, this one got ranked 4, so both with the internal leadership and with the task forces and the community engagement, there was a lot of concerns on this one, that it wasn't meeting the common ground recommendation, that there'd be too much of passengers interacting with vehicles, that there was too much distance between the different parts, and that the long, narrow terminal wasn't going to be very flexible. So concept 2 looked to separate the flow only in 2 different loops, one primarily for cars and one primarily for shuttles or multi-vehicle. And then we look to create a node or a central location for all the ground transportation center modes of transportation. And then we look to do a loop in the terminal. So there'd be like, everybody was on the same pathway within the terminal. And the way that presented is the cars had in that main loop for vehicles, the rentals, short-term and long-term are all on the main loop, and then shuttles, rideshare are all on the secondary loop. For mass transit, it allowed a front and center location for the future transit, whether that's light rail or whatever that might be. It would connect directly to existing RAFTA, and that there'd be a ground transportation center of substance right there in the middle to sort of announce that location. And then the drop-off would be on either side of it. So it really created a central hub for all of those things to land in the middle. And then for the ticketing, would flow into security, and then you'd go up, and then you'd flow across the hold rooms, and you'd exit out the other side down to baggage. And the feedback we got from all of the parties was that they really liked how that central node created a space, that all of those modes of transportation landed sort of in one location. It was easy to identify, that the 2 loops was familiar because it's similar to what you have today, and that would be very understandable. But the one thing they didn't like was that the loop inside the terminal was requiring every passenger to basically make a very long pathway depending on which hold room that they were using. And then finally, the third looked to keep just one loop road, but instead of having the 2 loops divided, it looked to divide them vertically. So this one has the cars above and the shuttles below. So the shuttles here, as you can see in the section down below, are on the underside of the main level of the terminal. But this allowed us to spread the terminal across the site more horizontally, which let us put all of the airport program on one level. And that's really efficient from an airport point of view, because now you can get everything that the airport needs to do on one level, so we don't need to do a vertical change. So here you go. Here's how that flow might work. So everything from a car point of view is all on this upper level, and then the shuttles, the ride share, and all future transit is down below. So all of that stuff is happening on the lower level, and then they come up in that middle central space. So here's what the lower level would look like. There'd be a nice large lobby for all the ground transportation center, the rental offices. There's expansion space there for future unknown multimodal as they might show up. And then once you come upstairs, it's everything that the airport itself needs: ticketing, baggage, security, hold rooms. It's all on one level. And from a feedback point of view, there was a lot of pluses. The negative was that multimodal downstairs might feel a bit like a basement, second class down below. And so if we were going to proceed with that, we really needed to find a way to make that feel light and airy and not like a basement experience. And if we're going to consolidate the roadway, we're going to really need to work on ways to make sure that wayfinding was going to be clear and not confusing. And then Jake was going to just run through a couple of sustainability.
Just stop there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Perhaps I missed it, or it's there and I just entered different
Yeah.
terminology. What about operations? Where's the baggage coming off the planes, and how's it getting there, and staff break rooms? We're really concerned about the ability for people to work there and be in a comfortable environment.
Yeah, and all the schemes, sorry, I didn't highlight that. They're all on the lower level. So you can see here in the gray, inbound and outbound baggage, mechanical systems are all on the lower level on all the schemes. I did
Okay.
not highlight them, but they're all on the lower level.
Because it's kind of always been from the beginning, and when we first had designs some years back, was that it was going to be viewed from the highway as a one level, and all the ops were going to be,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can see here it's tucked on the second level. I mean, on the second scheme, it's down below inbound baggage, and then up above is the hold rooms on top
Right,
of that.
thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask you one? Also,
And then Francie.
is the does number 2 have multiple levels, or
Yeah.
is it just, it does, okay.
They all have
Didn't-
2 levels.
They all do,
The
okay.
only difference is the third one just moves everything for the airport onto the second
Copy.
level.
Okay.
All the rest, the only thing on the second level is the hold room and concession spaces.
I thought I saw it in the models, just here, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Francie.
Is a hold room a gate?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
place you sit and wait. Yeah.
Okay. And then it seems kind of obvious that if we want to elevate transit and unelevate cars, that we could just flip which level they're at?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's always an option in the future. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, it's 95% of folks are showing up in a vehicle and not very many are showing up in transit, but in any of these schemes, you can always make that switch if transit starts to become the more prevalent mode of transportation.
Great, thanks, Tony.
One other, just quick. Are there opportunities to pick and choose from the 3 and
As I mentioned at the front, we tested these theories so that we could learn from all of them, and then
pick and choose?
exactly. So if I just pass.
We kind of did that when we designed this building. We had 3 options, and we had brought the public in, and that's how we came up with this great design, both interior and exterior, was by the combination of,
Yeah.
not always easy to do, but it's nice.
So, yeah, as I mentioned, we're right now in the process of concept refinement. We've dropped option 1 because it scored low, and we learned from the community that they really didn't feel like the things that it provided was in
We have
alignment.
a 2.5 and a 3.5.
And we've been working on both 2 and 3 to integrate the comments and find ways to bring the positives that we heard from 2 into 3 and the positives we heard from 3 into 2, and see if we could bring them both into a place where they would both get higher ratings from both the client and the community. And so over the course of the next 2 weeks, we'll decide, do we bring both forward to our next round of meetings in December, or does one become the clear winner? But both have been developed further, and both have been adjusted to reflect those comments we heard in the task forces from the public and from the meetings with the leadership.
I hope all of you agree that this is just tremendous community input thus far, right?
I will say it would have been really helpful for me to maybe have more time to digest all of this, because I'm feeling like, oh wow, like we're really rushed. We didn't have a chance to review it ahead of time. I couldn't attend the open house. And so if there's opportunities to maybe get this with our packets that come out on Friday in the future, it would be, I know, like this, I'm like, wait, where am I? What am I looking at? Like who's doing what where? And so I don't have a lot of feedback to give at this point. And so if that's possible, I just want to flag that for future
Cal, if it
debriefs.
helps, the models are at my office, so you're welcome to come by anytime and walk through them at your leisure, so you have time to digest everything.
I really
That
appreciate that.
helped me.
Thank you.
It helped a lot.
Nancy and I talked about that yesterday. We're gonna try and set something up, come by and see you.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful because a lot of this requires a little bit of a back and forth. The drawings all by themselves are pretty hard without a little bit of a discussion about what they're trying to communicate, especially at concept level. It's just like a color block with a little bit of text on it. But a conversation, especially with the model, could help a lot. And so that's why even with the task forces, we've waited to provide the materials until after we've been able to present so that they're able to understand what we're trying to do before they attempt to give us feedback on it. And so if Charles is able, or we're anytime we're in town, able to kind of help walk you through it, that's really the best way to help explain what we're trying to do. And you know, it's the process that's in place here where we're sort of developing with the client and then presenting to the task force and the AABs, getting input, and then we're bringing it to you. You guys are sort of like always on the back end of it. So anything we can do to help your process work better, we're happy to do. So if that means coming at a different point in the process to explain where we're at, we're happy to do so. So for example, we've already developed and we will be showing tomorrow and Thursday the refined concepts of 2 and 3 to the leadership. So we're already talking about stuff that we did, you know, a month ago
Sure.
to you
Yeah.
today, where we already know what we've done to 2 and 3. So just the way that we've kind of cycled through this, it's like the BoCC is the last one to kind of hear what's been happening because of the way that the cycle works. So if you'd like to adjust that going forward, we're open
Like
to
a
it.
good idea.
Last
We're the
but not too
last
late.
ones at the
Well,
end of the
Last ones
day.
to know.
It's hard to, you know, provide assurances of accountability to the community at all, like
Right.
right now, because I'm like, well, I don't have any hands on this.
Yeah.
But we can talk about that at a different time. We're not
Sure.
gonna bog our next 15 minutes down, I think with that. But
Just
I
one quick
appreciate
comment
the,
about that, if I
yeah,
could.
Francie.
It's just hard to give feedback on these when it's passé. What's the point?
Well, I'm just wondering, maybe we notice these open houses as public meeting and we intentionally join them as a public meeting in the
Yeah.
BoCC so that we're in the process a little bit more.
Yeah, I would add that it's not that it's a fait accompli, it's the process, because you want to have the confidence that the public has viewed these and weighed in on them. So what
Sure.
you're looking at, you're still the decision makers. The public is giving you an idea of what their feedback is. But it's not really in reverse in a lot of ways because we're still working on the designs.
That's right.
And based on your feedback today or next time, we'll go back and make whatever adjustments we need to make. So
Yeah, and I think we can carry sort of this input forward to feel like how we iterate all together moving forward.
And we're still in concepts. There's still a lot of design to go. We
Yeah.
have several months still in concepts and then all of next year. So it's not too late to make big adjustments, and we're still very open to however you want to adjust the process as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be an iterative process. I think as we get farther in, the board's going to be caught up in this conversation and be able to participate more in the decision making. This is very, very early. Yeah.
still high level.
Thank you.
And can I just point out that to your comment of the meetings being publicly noticed, they are. So you are welcome to join those.
Right, I guess I just think for me, it didn't land with me necessarily as like, oh, I really need to carve out my schedule and make sure that I'm there on this, you know, so that's just a point of my
Yeah,
own
me too.
notice moving forward. So thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So in the December 4th one, just a plug for it,
Yeah.
that'd be a great one to attend because
What time is
these
it?
refined concepts 2 and 3 will be there. We'll have the models, we'll all be there. The drawings will be updated. And that's the one where the the review and comment process will be open all the way through the end of the early part of January, and that's supposed to represent sort of the thinking of concepts that will provide the framework to get us through schematic design. So that's a really important milestone for the project.
Good flag, thank you.
Yeah.
What time is the meeting? Is the presentation?
I think that one they've set up to kind of be open all day. I think there's even a lunch function. I think they're going to have a afternoon and an evening so that people have more time to stop in and see what we've
You
been
know,
up
start
to.
and finish
Yeah, and
time?
it'll be at the fire station in town here, so it's
Yeah.
convenient to get.
Do we have a start time? Like
We'll
a-
make sure, we'll
think it's
follow up with you and
11:30.
make sure we get that.
Yeah, starts at 11:30,
Wonderful.
Thank you.
and then 4 to 6 in the evening as well. So there'll be kind of 2 chunks of time you can show up.
Great, thank you, and sorry to bog us down with, I
No,
wanted
no,
to
that's
avoid
good.
that, but,
Thank you for that, Kelly.
yeah, appreciate it, and let's go on, we have some sustainability things to think about with these.
I can leave the summary slide up too if you have questions specific to any of the concepts.
Okay.
If you want to do that first before we talk about the sustainability items.
I want to make sure we use your time while you're here, because I think we can also revisit this with staff and when we need to too. So why don't we go ahead to the next portion, if that makes sense?
He just has like 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
there'll be
Oh,
time
that's all
after,
I gave you?
afterwards for. I've been getting a lot in previous meetings too, so I'm really thankful. And I think this just builds on the really fascinating.
Thank you.
I think it's a really fascinating conversation that was happening before. And I'm Jake Dunn. I'm on the ZGF sustainability team. I think if we do our jobs, properly, that this group will be able to articulate what are we doing for sustainability and how does that integrate into all of the vision and values, not just the environmental sustainability one, but actually touches all of them. What's the specific value to the community in your organization? And then specifically, how is our design process sort of embracing sustainability and integrating it, which is sort of what these next slides are to give you a sense of. It's not really just feelings-based, right? We're actually doing some performance-based design. We're using analysis and toolkits to have a rigorous process of how we're thinking about some of these performance-based things, whether it's carbon, operational efficiency, or user experience. What's up on the screen is an example of what we did for PDX, where we kind of created these program diagrams. So even integrating criteria at this phase, you'll see in the concept book around what is the tolerance for daylight in different spaces, for thermal comfort, and where are the views the most important to kind of give us some DNA, right, to test our designs against as we move forward. So that's step one, is criteria mapping. Step two is we use software or sometimes physical analysis tools to actually start to test the geometry against that different performance criteria. And we talk a lot about daylight and direct sun, right? This is the intersection between beauty, experience, but also energy efficiency, thermal comfort, right? So understanding where the sun is so it's not causing problems and making sure we have a well-daylit environment is key. So we do everything from integrating sun path diagrams into like VR experiences. We're doing sensors that tell you exactly how much someone's going to get hit in the face with the direct sun, given the kind of glass configuration. There's just a lot of different tools that we have to make sure that we're not causing comfort problems. And on the next slide is we're also wanting to know how much daylight is in the space. So this is our Alaska Concourse B project, and this facade is completely tuned and driven by how much daylight is getting the space, right? Both the kind of the upper level and lower level, but we're also tracking in the pink, where in that space is direct sun happening, and we're actually able to reduce by 50% the amount of direct sun kind of dancing within that space to kind of make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success when it comes to is there daylight and is it visually comfortable. I think the last slide is this also translates to things like biophilia, which we talked about, right? The staff experience, the passenger experience around health and wellness can also be quantitative. This was a mapping study that we did for the departure journey before and after PDX, where we looked at how often are you around a direct experience of nature, the landscape that we integrated into that process. And we found that we more than doubled the amount of time in that passenger experience where you're around these heroic landscapes or these experiences of direct nature, which have been shown to have scientific benefits on health and wellness. So this is just an example of the kinds of analyses that we'll be doing to test against these goals around passenger experience and things like biophilia. So this was a fun kind of process to go through. And I believe that was 3 minutes. So I think that's the last one. So a little
All right.
taste on like
I
how
think
do
Greg
we
had
do
some
it? Like this is an
questions.
example.
Can you go back to the first slide?
Yeah.
His first slide? Just that one. Passenger, that's PDX, I understand.
Yep.
Ours will look similar.
Yeah.
When do you put in the bypasser experience? What does it look like from the highway? Does that just if it's a view experience, right, or a traffic hassle maybe? Is that integrated into this? And if it isn't, should it be?
It's a fantastic question. So I know that this is kind of looking at the terminal. There's a lot of work that's going on in terms of to understand the site, both in terms of the kind of view corridors and emphasis priorities from the highway, from the bus stops. I got a sneak peek at some of the diagrams that we're presenting for P4, and there's a lot of it is about some of those wider views for the site. So short answer is absolutely. The site is a pivotal part of this kind of analysis process as well.
Is the building going to be very obvious or invisible to the bypassers, or somewhere in between?
Yeah, and I think that's where kind of view shed analysis can help. Also sound analysis too, with berming and other things to kind of meet that quality of life goals in the common ground vision and values. So I think that's a
It's
great
the
comment that we
dynamic
could.
balance between wanting to make like an incredibly gorgeous edifice that we can show off to the world, or hiding it completely.
Okay.
Yeah,
I would say we're not going to be able to hide it completely.
Right.
well, it is an airport, and you can't hide the airplanes either, so, I think part of it too is that outside of the berms, but just the vegetation, the landscaping we've done, and trust me, I remember when those trees were first planted at the airport, and now they're grown up, and so it takes some time and careful placement of what you want people to see or what you want to not necessarily be in the view plane. The other question I had, though, is snowpack, snow load. And I'm sure if you worked in Alaska, I'm assuming, right? When it comes to maintaining the roofs, et cetera, and the walkways, and we have to be careful if we have a nice curved building roof line, who's going to be up there clearing snow out of those things before they slide off onto the next level and the next level and the next level.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one. We've had glitches in our current terminal, the roof lines that cause leakage because of the snowpack and the ice buildup. But I'm sure
Ideally, you never have to remove the snow because the building is designed to hold it, because holding snow forms a thermal blanket at the time of year you want it. So it helps the conditioning of the building if you can hold the snow. And I designed my own house so that you never have to remove snow. It's sloped and flat section where it's designed to hold the snow. There isn't anywhere where it'll drain off or form icicles or shedding.
Okay.
And I'd say we want to take that one step further too and take a cue from the Climate Action Plan, identifying snowpack variability as a future resilience measure and understanding, what's the snow load today versus what are future coat cycles likely to show. And what are some different climate scenarios we might want to build in that extra capacity so we can say that we're directly addressing additional snowpack that might come from future climate change. That could be an example of a resilience measure that we take.
We definitely want future snowpack,
Jeffrey.
like tomorrow.
Next couple
Immediate future.
I just want to go back up and just say, as you're leaving concept and programming, what are the constraints? What's keeping you up still? What are you stressed over to get into December that you feel we haven't, as a design team, as a board, we haven't addressed or answered? I heard narrow sight in terms of constraints, but what else is keeping you on your toes going into December? And that could be indoor air quality. It could be anything. It's just, sorry, I didn't mean to jump away from sustainability.
There's lots of things that keep me up, but I'll give the design team a chance to answer, and I'll jump in.
Thank you.
I'll let Rena and Charles take the first stab at that before I say anything.
Ladies before gentlemen.
All right. Well, maybe it's obvious, but cost and phasing. I think those will be things that the more we can be synergistic with the other projects going on at the airport, the more we'll find opportunities for cost-saving synergies and sustainability synergies, and also phasing opportunities. So I think that'll be those will be the things that'll be haunting us a bit.
The narrowness of the site there's a lot going on. It doesn't seem like that now because the building that's there is pretty small. Plus the fact that we're moving it to the south, which is a little bit further uphill from where we are now, but the narrowness of the site and trying to make everything work appropriately doesn't leave a lot of room for a landscape between the highway and the building. There's that. And then there's the square footage challenge. To do everything that the building should do, it begets a lot more square footage than maybe you would ideally want. But I think, you know, there's the science of what each area of the building wants to be needs to be discussed versus how much we can allow it to be. So there's a challenge there that we're working with.
Thank you.
Is that latter challenge self-imposed or site constraint?
No, it's functional. It's based on what you need for each element of the building. Like, you have to have restrooms. How much do they take ideally, and how much can we shrink it down to? You have to have ticketing.
Yeah.
How many ticket desks do we really have to have for the airlines, and how much of it can be remote? How much circulation space should you have at baggage claim so people are comfortable, and how many baggage lines should there be? Those kind of fundamental questions about how what drives the design of the building in the first place. Every one of them has a square footage factor that goes with it, and they all add up to a number that is substantial. So we're working on how we get to a sweet spot.
Well, and I'd just add to that, right now, we're in the process of trying to find that sweet spot for what the building needs, but we still haven't talked about opportunities of what the community or the building might want. And so nice amenity spaces for the community or the building that would be really great enhancements. We haven't even started to talk about that, and those are all square footages. And so it's definitely things that we need to talk about. Do you want a space where a performance could happen, or the community could gather, or a observation deck could happen, or like there's lots of things that might be nice to haves that we're not even sure the budget could support, but we haven't even started to talk about that stuff yet, and we're just trying to fit into the building what needs to be there. And so those are conversations that are still to be had, but we still have the pressure of the absolute needs that's what concept phase is right now, is just, can we fit it all? And the understanding, I think everybody on the design team understands it, but maybe you guys don't yet, is that by moving the terminal and adjusting the apron, the site that you have is getting smaller, and you're putting more things on it. And so the constraint that we're feeling is you're putting more program on less space. And so it's a real puzzle to figure out how to get everything on there, where to stack, how to consolidate, and how to make everything work operationally for an airport team that has been working at an airport that's been way too small for way too long, working on broken systems. And we're trying to give them the best we can to get you through the next 50, 100, 150 years where you don't have to do a project because the building isn't working. So we really want to set up the staff there to have a really successful project. We don't want just the passenger spaces to be beautiful. We want the building to work really well for them. And so
and be healthy for the people working in it.
That's right.
And a key element of sustainability is longevity. So
That's right.
the more we build the building for the future, the less financially it would have to cost in the future to do, and the more satisfactory it will be for a lot longer period of time.
Jeffrey, I think your question was perfect. I wish we could have recorded this past 10 minutes discussion
It's
with the
recorded.
task force members.
It's
We
recorded.
can send you the link.
Because they
Share.
have to know all of this at some point and be guided accordingly. Thank you
Sorry,
for
Patty
that.
was ahead of you,
Real
Greg, and then
quick,
Greg.
the issue of square footage, thank you for bringing it up. I don't know if you really meant to, but thank you. It's been a concern for me, because just square footage of anything we build in Pickens County is an issue. So, and you know, people who go to Eagle Airport think it's great. We need an Eagle terminal over here, which to me is a waste of a lot of space. It's really nice and functional in many ways, but you have to maintain it. You have to operate. You have to. I mean, you have to clean it. You have to vacuum the floors. You have to, all of those things incur more cost, more time, more staff, more impact. So, and it's tough, and it's tough with the constraints of the space. That's why we hired you guys. So thank you.
I believe the Eagle building is oversized.
It looks like a shopping mall when you drive up.
It's not what we have in mind.
Thank you. That's kind of what I wanted to hear.
Great.
Just thinking, when I look at it, I always think, God, I wish we could figure out where to put the parking elsewhere, off-site. What other options are we looking at or have? Because the airport of the future may not need a parking lot, quite honestly, or one that size. So are we trying to be flexible enough that we would consider an off-site spot? Maybe, I'm not gonna even say where, but somewhere between Brush Creek and the ABC or Buttermilk or somewhere else, in order to give you the space you need if we're trying to squeeze all this in. I'd rather maybe have some of the long-term, far-away parking. Maybe we've already abandoned that, and that's okay, but I want to understand.
So, Greg, we have not abandoned that yet, but that's part of the programming, and there are other constraints, obviously, there that we need to
I think that
discuss.
discussion will be had.
Right. I don't want to build the airport for that parking and then realize 30 years from now we don't need that parking, right?
A key element is the space that rental car facilities take up too.
Right. I bunched them in, but thank you, yeah.
And as far as the cost, trust that we will bring back as much money as we can from DC.
Don't encourage them. We're having programming.
Other questions?
That's a promise.
No, this is great.
All right, if you could
Thank you.
please share the slide deck, that would be great. And
Thank you, guys.
we'll
Good
see
to
you
see you
all in
guys
2 weeks.
That's great.
On the 20. On
And
the
again,
4th.
anybody wants
There
to
at
come
the
to the
fourth.
office to look
I
at the
just
models,
went
just
here.
let me know
Yeah.
when. It could be evening or weekends too, whatever works for you all.
Thanks,
It's
Charlie.
very, it's very important.
Highly recommend it. Yeah, it really helped me. Yeah, thanks. Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And when you're at the fire station, I'll take you all on a tour of the clap.
We are going to go to lunch and we'll be back at 1
Bell out
o'clock.
in front.
Thank you. Try that again. Welcome, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, November 18th. We are going to spend the next several hours wrapping up our discussions on the 2026 budget in advance of our requirement to formally adopt it in early December. And so I will note Francie Jacober will join us shortly. She had to jump onto a different meeting where she represents the BoCC and was wrapping that up. But we will get started without her, and I'll turn it over to Connie Baker, our budget director. Hi.
Good afternoon. This is the final budget meeting and a work session for the 2026 budget process. Before the adoption in December, we'll have first reading on December 3rd, second reading, and final approval on the 9th. So this is really the opportunity to bring up any questions, any concerns, any changes, final recommendations for the 2026 budget. We have a number of items listed that we have in the presentation, and we will go through. We've got staff here available to present and also to answer questions for the board. But if the board also has something else that's not included here in this list or the presentation, please just let us know, and hopefully we have the staff here available to answer any questions you have. So we're going to start off with the board had questions on the community development vehicle requests. They were requesting one for the building department and one for planning, engineering, and I'm not sure if it was zoning or code enforcement, but we've got Alex and Matt here to answer questions. And Matt, if you want to go ahead and walk through these slides.
Matt Bergstresser, Fleet Manager. So just going through some motor pool stats and statistics, we currently have 6 vehicles that we're running, 3 in Aspen and 3 at Public Works. About 2,200 days available for reservations. We're running about 70% utilization on those. The average miles for those vehicles, about 1,000 for Public Works and about 630 for Aspen. So we're using them a pretty good amount. I know you guys had some questions about a Down Valley motor pool location, so just wanted to open it up to some questions you had about that.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
So where are you going to store the vehicles?
All of the, so currently we have 3 at Public Works.
No, the new vehicles that ComDev's requested, the request was really because they needed them further down Valley?
I know you checked it. I saw you check it. It is on, sorry.
It's got the sunlight right on.
That light is very bright. Thank you so much.
So we've got Public Works, we've got Aspen. Where are they going to be stored down Valley? Is it going to be at the Emma offices?
Well, I think that's part of the discussion. So, the board asked us to kind of think about a Down Valley motor pool versus assigning vehicles specifically to ComDev.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can speak to at least how ComDev currently practice. So vehicles are assigned to individuals. Those vehicles are taken by the individual to their home location, and then from there they come up Valley or, Redstone area, conduct inspections. With this, we are looking at alternatives depending on what the board decides, whether it's staging a vehicle down Valley, shared opportunity amongst staff to utilize one vehicle. So it's kind of dependent, I guess, upon the decision here. And then we would take that and kind of determine a plan of how that would be implemented within our staff.
I guess my question is, the joy of Public Works is you can service it, you could gas it, you could make the sheriff wait as we wash our vehicles and they're right behind us. So how does the vehicle then get serviced if it's staged at Emma, for example?
So that'd be the responsibility of the department. So it'd be same as
more work.
The sheriff vehicle. We'd say, hey, you're due for service. We need you to bring on up. They'd drop it off, and that's kind of some of the opposition between a true Down Valley motor pool, because no one takes the responsibility and ownership to bring the cars up, to wash the cars, to fuel the cars. So if it's assigned to a department itself, I think it can be successful. If it's just a broad spectrum for the county, I think it's going to be more problematic for us, and I personally think it's worth. So couple of the recommendations were, we look for a vehicle that's limited access or limited usage. So we could pull reports, these, the minimum mileage for the year, whatever that may be, and try to assign a vehicle that's shared, and then those two departments would own the vehicle together. I think the best solution, though, would be we have a motor pool specifically for ComDev, and that lives in the Mid-Valley location. If we add those chargers in 2026, we can do an EV vehicle that can travel up and down the valley. They can house it there. They're responsible for, the maintenance, the fueling, the washing, and bringing it up when we need it. So a little bit more ownership for them.
I'm going to jump in. How does, you already manage this complication for the vehicles that are parked here at the Rio Grande. How is it different if they were parked in, different vehicles were parked in Emma?
I think it's just dealing with it down valley. We're up here, we're here every day. So, we're at Public Works. Aspen's a 5-10 minute drive for us. So we're constantly getting problems if the car's not there, the car doesn't start, someone's got the wrong car, it's parked in the wrong spot. So, we're always dealing with an issue with the motor pool, and having another one down valley is, we're more than capable of it, but it's just one more thing that adds a complexity to our operation.
Okay, Patty?
So if we're looking at EVs, and I take my EV home, but I don't have a charger at my house. So I have to stop on my way up valley from my house in Carbondale to go to a site visit up the Frying Pan, and I have to stop and charge somewhere. Hopefully at the charging stations we'll put in, but if they're busy, I have to wait. I just think there's a lot of complexity with having EV for the down valley usage. So I would recommend, if we do decide to move forward with vehicles, we think more the hybrid, because I think that would be more, the usability and efficiency would be better for people until we have the infrastructure set up down valley. But I had a really big question on your information, which I really appreciated. In 2023, ComDev motor pool usage was 34 days. In 2024, it jumped to 202 days. That's a bit of an increase. Do you have any idea why?
Do you want to handle that one? Or?
You can start. And then, yeah.
So in talking with Suzanne, a lot of it was we were using personal vehicles to go to the job sites for inspections. So they put an end to that. So I think that was the number one thing. And then just departmentally, they've grown significantly in the last few years. They have 31
That was a big jump
people.
in 1 year.
So I think that's a driving factor. There's more people using them more often.
And why was it determined or decided that it was inappropriate to use your personal vehicle to go to a site visit? You live in Carbondale and you have to go up the Frying Pan. You have to go up the Crystal for a site visit. You had to you'd have to come up here to get a vehicle to go down there and do it, but why couldn't people use their own vehicles if it was 5 miles down the road?
I think that's part of being a little bit of branded. So you show up on a job site, everyone realizes who you are. You work for the county, you're identifiable. You have amber lighting if it's needed. So I think there's probably multiple layers of why that happened. But that'd probably be a Suzanne question.
Sometimes you don't want them to know who you are.
I also think there was a component of risk and safety. If you take your own personal vehicle onto a job site and say you roll over a nail, pop a tire, there's complications there versus having a county vehicle and the coverage that comes along with it. The other piece that you're seeing, this significant increase in 2024, one of our seasonal inspectors did not have a inspection vehicle, and so he was using the motor pool pretty frequently, having to check out a vehicle, most cases 5 days a week, because the inspection load has increased year over year. We're at about what numbers I looked at was about 60% increase year over year in inspections. We had a lot of the COVID boom happen with building permits. A lot of those permits are in the inspection phases now, and so that just increases the number of inspections that our staff is having to go out and do. And so those are a couple of factors that play into that significant increase that you're seeing in 2024.
Connie, does this get covered through fees?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we're not pulling any general fund money to support this?
Yes and no. It's kind of roundabout how it gets covered, but ComDev has more than enough fees to cover the cost.
And they will, and those
Yes.
fees will?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any information about whatever the mileage reimbursement savings was by transitioning everyone to county cars?
I don't have that information, and I'm not sure that if staff was always consistent about submitting those reports or not.
in most cases they were, but there were some times where, yes, it was a little difficult because the way the policy is written, you have to calculate, I believe, time that would have occurred from the facility to the location and back. And if somebody, an example I was given, is leaving from, say, Down Valley over to the Crystal, that's not the same. So they try and be as consistent. I know our managers get together and review any staff mileage reimbursement. But again, it's not always cut and dry as you might think, just given where the staff might be leaving from a home location versus if they were leaving from the office location and how that policy is written out.
What do y'all think?
My concern,
I'm sorry.
my concern in the long run is you guys are going to have to live with it longer than I, but it's an ongoing issue with county funds, be they fees or whatever. It's not like a one-time or a seasonal. And I know that I agree, I think, with some of the safety factors of bringing your own car. Because I go to the landfill and can end up with a hole in my tire just going out there to pick up my compost. So I can imagine, and I'm fairly familiar with construction sites. So I think I can support this. But on a really quick side note, I would like to see us, John, I'm going to look at you, short-termer. I would like to look at our policy against allowing dogs, personal dogs, in county vehicles, because I can't drive a county vehicle when I have to leave because I have to drop my dog at my daughter's. So I'm always having to drive my own personal vehicle, which I would rather be driving a county vehicle when I go to Denver for a lot of the same reasons. People know who I am when I get there. It's also a safer thing for me, but that's another discussion, but I'll be bringing that one back. Thank you.
Jeffrey and then Greg?
So I would support moving forward with the 2 EVs. If that hopefully improves staff morale and comfort and reduces vehicle mile travel, less time having to come up Valley. I would also support the county or Holy Cross installing chargers at the homes of employees to make it even easier so they don't have to run back up to the parking ride or to Public Works rather. So I'd support moving forward as drafted in the packet.
So you're supporting the EVs if people get Holy Cross to put charges at their house?
I'm supporting walking the walk.
I can't support EVs and having people put chargers in their house.
Current policy is written that there is no charging at your home residence, so.
I would also say we do have one EV inspection vehicle, and the building inspector plans it in their day to stop currently at Public Works to charge or as they're leaving down. And so if there was a mid-valley charging location, that would be another way that they could factor that in. But we have been able to do that successfully as we currently have it.
Greg?
Yeah, I support Jeffrey's comment. I think that was pretty comprehensive. I don't think there's really an issue with EVs, and I definitely would support them if they are EVs. The charging is not a big as issue as people who aren't familiar with it make it out to be. So I think it's completely doable, and it probably doesn't require a charger in every employee's home. Definitely not. But I love the idea. If somebody's using one 5 days a week, it would make sense to give them that ability. But I don't think it's going to be a problem. It may be a time saver. And certainly the cars themselves look like time savers for me. So I'm going to support it.
Francie?
Well, I don't want to create a whole lot of extra work for you guys, so.
Thanks.
I think if it's people who are going to be responsible for their vehicle, that it makes sense, but, so I can't open up the, agenda for some reason. It won't open. It keeps telling me to wait and stuff, so I can't actually see what it is. Do you have it in front of you?
I'll share.
I mean, I read it already once, but just to be sure.
I
But so
rebooted my paper.
At this point, I'm going to support it.
While Francie looks through that, I mean, I'll just comment, this is a continued investment in staff that don't live in Picken County, which is, I get the reality of it, but it's kind of a bummer, because if folks were living up here and traveling to other parts of the county, the access to cars would be a lot easier and a lot more straightforward. And you know, through multiple programs, we just continue to invest in housing solutions for our employees outside of Pitkin County, and that bothers me.
I
Did
think
you
one
have
thing to
further
note,
questions?
too, sorry.
Sorry.
Is most of these vehicles are assigned too, so they're with someone every single day. So this one would, you know, benefit the entire department, being reservable as a motor pool for them, so.
So you're proposing alternative number 1?
2. So it would be.
Not sharing across the department.
Correct, yeah, just for ComDev specifically.
And it is on the screen down here, Francie, if that's helpful at all. What do you think?
I'm okay with 2.
You have your direction.
Thank
Can I
you
ask
very
Matt
much.
a slightly tangential question?
Yeah.
Have you talked to the guy from CMC with the new EV program there?
No, I have not yet.
He's behind schedule. He'll get back to you.
Yeah.
But it's,
Yeah, and in regards to Holy Cross, you mentioned that they've committed up to $25,000 for the new EV infrastructure, as well as the grant that we applied for. So hopefully they'll alleviate some of the overhead that we have going into this.
great.
Can I ask a technical, since I don't own an EV? So if I want to charge an EV Mid-Valley, I start my work day at 8:30 in the morning. I have to go up to Frying Pan. I need to charge the vehicle at the Basalt office, new EV chargers, or versus just putting gas in the car. How much time, and we have staff sitting around waiting for an EV to charge versus putting regular fuel in a hybrid?
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the case usage and how much you're driving. But, you know, an EV with the current setup, we can put about 100 miles in about 10 minutes. So some of these batteries, you know, hold 200-300 miles of range. So we're getting a pretty quick charge. You know, it's the opportune charging is really what you got to take advantage of. If you stop at a gas station or, you know, the chargers, you go in for a coffee, taking advantage of that time, plugging your car in, using the restroom, you know, getting some juice and then headed back out. So I think it's just a little bit of a learning curve. But I think most of the people that are driving are pretty well adapted and they're figuring
Just
it out.
want to make sure we're best utilizing staff time, because we always hear about staff doesn't have enough time to get their work done. So now if we're going to add another impact to their work time, charging or whatever, washing, where they're going to have to drive the EV up here to wash it, because we don't have, you know, and they don't drive through the car wash. I almost said the laundromat, the car wash down there, so.
Yeah.
I can't support not coming out these 2 vehicles with hybrids at this time. I don't think our infrastructure is up for that, or our ability to maintain them yet with fleet, but.
Okay. I think we've resolved on this one. Thank you.
So vehicles in the proposed budget, we did build these 2 ComDev vehicles into the budget, so they were already included. The only question now on vehicles would be for the sheriff's office, and that will depend on decisions on positions. And then we have 3 new sheriff's vehicles built into the budget, and depending on then the board's staffing decisions, will take out whatever's necessary on the vehicle side. Okay. Next up, we've got the sheriff.
Thank you.
There's one more.
You're good. Yeah, got it.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Alex Burchetta. I'm the undersheriff for the Pitkin County Sheriff's Office, and I'm actually going to let our team kind of introduce themselves, if that's okay. Chris, do you want to start?
Hi, Chris Breitbach, Emergency Manager.
Michael Buglioni, Pitkin County Sheriff.
Lynn Sanson, Backcountry CRO.
So this is an extension of the meeting that we had a few weeks ago during the initial budget presentation. As part of our initial budget request, we had requested a variety of different positions. However, included in the final budget proposal that was presented back in October, we ended up with 1 community response officer, 1 deputy emergency manager, and 1 patrol deputy. We also discussed funding options to add one backcountry community response officer, which we can discuss, and happy to answer questions about that in just a little bit. However, I'd like to start off by covering what we consider to be a priority and a very important position. That's the Deputy Emergency Manager. Back in October, we talked about the single resource dependency we currently have and have had for a number of years in the Office of Emergency Management within the county. We've discussed the benefits of planning and preparedness, not only for current staff, but also for our community and the community engagement component to adding this Deputy Emergency Manager to our list of employees. And then we also talked about the continuity of operations and capacity building that this position will bring to the Office of Emergency Management. But we've invited these folks here for a reason. So I'd like to actually turn this over to Chris Breitbach to give a short overview of the benefits of this position.
Sure. So I've been in this position about 18 months and did a lot of observation. Did a lot of observation to look at the program overall and see what areas of improvement were needed, what gaps existed for various reasons, et cetera. And as we all know, and I've been here speaking in the past about, there's a lot of changes happening at the federal level within emergency management. One of the elevator speech takeaways is emergency management is going to have to be managed more locally in the future, and we're already seeing that throughout 2025. So there is a increased responsibility that the emergency management program is going to have to be managing anything that's happening within the county, less relying on the state, and for sure less relying on federal resources to be able to come in. One of the areas that I started to evaluate when I first got here was trying to get the EMPG grant back operational again. And one of the main objectives behind that was to add some more funding sources into the program for potentially either partially funding my position and or a deputy manager position. Through that process, and I talked to the group about this, is we did basically a risk assessment, and we've identified a lot of areas, a lot of things that we've heard of on the news nationally. Cybersecurity incidents are really becoming a big issue. Public health emergencies, as we lived, is becoming more embedded within emergency management. So looking at that mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery aspect through the lens of emergency management, there's a lot more work that's put on our plate and a lot more responsibility that the citizens are demanding of the program. So that's one area that's increasing in the complexity of emergency management just even over in the last couple of years. The reality is we live in within the city of Aspen as well, and what happens in even neighboring jurisdictions around us probably will not even meet the news in Denver. There's a high likelihood it would meet the news internationally with things happening here. We have to be that much more prepared because we have to anticipate that the spotlight will be put on us at any time for any of these incidents that can happen. As Alex mentioned, single point of failure. I go on vacation, I go on to training somewhere outside of the valley. Yes, we have some people that have emergency management experience, but they also have their day jobs that they're responsible for. Parker and Alex have a lot of background in emergency management, but they also, in their leadership roles within the sheriff's office, during a response, they would be very actively involved in the jobs that they do as well. Through the identification of some things, a CERT program, Community Emergency Response program, is a very active program across the country, and working with our co-ed and other volunteer agencies in the Valley. It's something that has been talked about in the past. This is an example of I'm feeling right now that my role is very reactive, trying to put out the biggest quote-unquote fires or mitigate the biggest issues. But there's a lot of other identified gaps that we've seen throughout the 18 months I've here that I would love to start to get on the proactive side of doing things, CERT being one of them, that just would enhance the response capabilities if it happened, and for sure the preparedness side. Project and plan development. When I first got here, the emergency operations plan was up for renewal. I did have to work with an outside contractor to get that updated, again, just because of my availability and trying to
do two things at once. There's a lot of other plans that this program is responsible for, and trying to do both the administrative side of my job and the response side starts to be taxing at times. And then incident support. As I've mentioned in the past, I have seen value in supporting our first responders out in the field. A couple of examples: the recent house fire that happened in Snowmass, the mountain rescue incident of the lost woman. I was very actively involved in that response, supporting mountain rescue, supporting the Roaring Fork Fire Department in that response. I feel that that's part of the emergency manager's position, is to be there to help look at that maybe 10 or 15,000 foot view beyond what that incident commander is looking for, to assist them in understanding what resources are available. I can't do that as much, and also balancing some of the administrative responsibilities I have. Building on that, in the Emergency Operations Center, many of my colleagues in counties around us having a deputy emergency manager, they're able to put that emergency manager at the hip pocket of that incident commander in the field to be able to help enhance the unified command process, and have a very competent emergency manager managing the Emergency Operations Center. That capability right now it can't be done. The couple times that I've had to operationalize the EOC in the last 18 months, I've brought in mutual aid emergency managers from other counties to help support, because Chris can't be in two places at once. So I think I'll wrap it up there and see if anybody else has any closing comments.
Sure. I don't have any closing comments, but I'd be happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you. We're directing today to get our formal final budget back, so go ahead.
So first, thank you for your work both on Light Hill Road and on Watson Divide. The presence on Watson Divide was incredible.
Yeah.
So I drove up that morning to see all of you there. So thank you for both of those. The question is really, is there an opportunity within the department to do chargeback? So is there also, I don't want to say it's a profitable, but given the number of events, given the high priority events, do we actually turn around and bill back for some of the emergency services that we provide? So I won't say X Games at this meeting. So in other words, we stand up this incredible team in order to go beyond protecting public safety, but really provide that resort experience. Is there also an opportunity where I'm fully bought into you can't be on Watson Divide and back at IMT. The question was, is there another opportunity from a fiscal standpoint, from a budget standpoint?
It's never been our model, specifically in the search and rescue world. The idea of charging for those services, specific to search and rescue, is viewed as a disincentive for someone to call when they actually need help. So we want to make it so that we're reducing that barrier. But to answer the broader question, the charging for those services has never been our model that I know of in the 18 years that I've been here, and I view it as more of a kind of a policy discussion.
Probably a separate conversation for the private events versus supporting other public or nonprofit entities supporting public response. The county is mandated to provide emergency management services across the county, and in most counties in Colorado, I think the sheriff's department or an administrator's office houses an emergency manager for that purpose. As it relates to special events, that's been kind of an ongoing conversation. I mean, is that at the discretion of the board? It is. I don't know that the full stand-up we do would be necessary. I know we've done it as an opportunity to keep our saw sharp, as we've had these major events. And so you may get some pushback depending on the nature of the event on there. But that's been a conversation the board's gone back and forth on historically. And as Alex said, it just hasn't been our model.
And just to build off that, using X Games as an example, I purposely, although I'm part of the incident management team, I don't fulfill a role in that event because I have to fulfill my day job role. Should something start to go sideways in that event, and the incident management team needs the quote-unquote local emergency manager to open up the emergency operations center, I need to be available for that position. I agree with you, looking at any sort of financial opportunity, that's, I'll be honest with you, the primary reason why that EMPG, I brought that back. That brings in the tune of about $70,000 per year. I'm just finishing up the grant now for the 26 year. And it's a little bit of an unknown. It really depends upon how many counties across the state apply for this grant, and it does change from year to year. And with the recent things that have changed at the federal level, some counties are opting to not, which means there's more money available for the counties that are. So roughly estimate another 70,000 would be brought back into the program through that grant process, which many counties around us and across the state and across the nation use specifically to help fund or partially fund an emergency manager position.
Thank you.
Francie?
I just have a point of order question. Are we gonna hear all of the sheriff's requests and then make a decision? Because we didn't make a decision on backcountry and now we're on
Not yet.
deputy. So-
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I just was wondering, because sort of have to look at the whole thing together, so you don't need approval right now for the deputy emergency manager, you're waiting until we're done with all the sheriff's
We can
requests.
do that before we move on to the next department. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Francie. Patty?
Yeah, I'm kind of, Francie, thanks for bringing that up, because mine kind of bridges two positions that are being asked for. Chris, I appreciate your passion, your concern, your dedication. I think there's some areas you could draw back on myself. I did spend years on the State All Hazard Advisory Committee dealing with emergency management type issues, so I have a wee bit of background there. I myself feel, it's your department, Michael, but that there might be a benefit of cross-training the community response officers to be backup for Chris. I don't know how many times that our emergency manager responded to a mountain rescue incident, because we always have a great team of sheriff's office staff and other local first responders there. It's also my understanding that Brian Pettit, who I can direct view plane, is your backup when needed, but apparently that's what I heard at one of our previous meetings. So I would, rather than hire a new deputy emergency manager, create the two positions for the community response officers and cross-train them to be your backup for vacations, or if you were in one place and you're needed in two, before hiring a full-time person coming out of the general fund for a deputy emergency manager. That's kind of my position here. I think it makes better use of our staff time. Definitely think we need two community response officers, and I think cross-training would be a great opportunity. Not just, I'm saying this not just in your department, I'm saying it in a lot of departments.
Yeah.
We keep hiring up full-time positions that we might be able to better cross-train and utilize some staff for backup in some cases. So that's where I am right now. Thank you.
Just quickly, may I weigh in on that just quickly? So I appreciate that perspective, and I think we view the deputy emergency manager as being a very specialized position, and we also view the community response officer as being equally specialized, not the same. And our community response officers, you remember a few years ago, Riri Baker was our animal services officer, right? And these community response officers are the evolution of that position that Riri held. And in times of emergency, these community response officers fulfill the role of ESF 11. And I can think of a few scenarios in which that CRO was intimately involved in the wildfire operation and trying to evacuate animals if a fire is threatening a certain area. If we're sheltering individuals, we have to evacuate a neighborhood, there is a tremendous component of evacuation for animals and domestic animals and other types of animals. So while I appreciate your perspective, I think that in times of an emergency, the CRO is going to be extremely busy filling a role as ESF 11 as part of the incident. And in the way, in our minds, not necessarily available to fulfill the role of deputy emergency manager.
But we will have 2 CROs. Right now, we only have 1. We've only had 1 with Riri. And I believe we do need 2. And I think better use of county funds, which is a fiduciary responsibility of the Board of Commissioners. I'm just trying to be able to provide support for needs without impacting in the long term the general fund budget.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question as well.
I'm inclined to go with your recommendation here from staff, only because it seems that the job descriptions are different enough, and maybe even the qualifications to get to the point where you could be the stand-in. I don't understand that well enough, so I'm not going to weigh in on that. But it seems like they're different enough, and the responsibility is different enough. So I'm concerned about trying to mix and match when. I figure you guys would have come to us with that proposal if you thought it would work.
Maybe they didn't think of it.
Maybe they didn't think of it. Yeah, that's unlikely. I think I wanted to ask, Jeffrey had brought up the backcountry response, and do we ever charge? I wonder if there's a way you can quantify the number of unnecessary emergency mountain rescue calls there have been. And we don't want to disincentivize people who need help from calling for help, but I'd kind of like to disincentivize people who don't need help from calling for help. And, can we even figure out how to draw that line?
And we do. We do. We have had people, and I recall one from several years ago who summited Maroon Bells and wanted a helicopter to take him down.
Right, I remember that.
And we gave him some phone numbers to private helicopter companies, and that was that. So that was a big example. But there's other examples where
It's a good example.
we do contact somehow the person who is either lost or injured, and if they're lost, we just had one within the last couple of months. They will walk them out. When I say they will walk them out, they will walk them out by phone to get them back on a trail.
Right,
so that's happening. We're vetting those calls from a true emergency to, we don't need to really get everybody out in the field or even over at the rescue cabin. So
You don't
that
need
is happening.
26 people to go get a sprained ankle who might just have a really uncomfortable hobble out.
Yeah, and I've had to tell parents or loved ones, we're not going in tonight. They're going to spend a cold, wet night out there. It's going to be miserable, but we'll get them tomorrow morning.
If you're injured, we'll come and get you.
Yes.
But
if you're just
typically, if there's not a need, you may spend the night outside.
Got it. Well, yeah.
Be prepared.
I want to be sensitive. The first
Sure.
people in line tend to get the most time. And I want to move us along a little bit to hear all the requests.
That's it for me.
That we
No
have.
question.
So I think, can we keep going?
Sure.
We had some discussion about the backcountry community response officers. I think the board was supportive of both with the backfill from the amount that we pulled
For the
from
Forest
Public
Service.
Works.
Correct.
To partially fund that, so I
Funds
don't want
1,
to.
but not 2.
So that's what the last direction was, at least on the backcountry community response.
And those funds from Public Works were $50,000. The position from a seasonal standpoint generally would cost about $65,000 or so, just to use round numbers. So a bit short for the funding of one. Lynn has done a fantastic job as a single resource this year, although we wanted to hire 2. We feel like we did hire 2, but we feel like we can do this with one individual, one seasonal position next year. But I'd be happy to answer questions or provide some context or from the board about the potential of doing 2.
Okay, let's just ask questions and then we'll kind of hone in on what our position requests are. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I can hone in.
Okay, I want to wait because I want to get us through.
Okay.
We still have to talk about,
Yeah, I wanna
we
hear
heard
about
about the
deputies.
deputy emergency manager. We have a recommendation for 1 out of 5 patrols and then finally the community response officer. So let's just cover the nuts on those and then we'll.
So the patrol
hone our
deputy request
recommendation.
was 5. It was recommended to the board for 1. We find that to be perfectly acceptable as the county has proposed that as part of the budget packet. That was a continuity and evolution of the staffing and organizational assessment we did back in 2024. And we just feel like we're continuing to, hopefully we'll continue to build our capacity on the patrol division for the variety of reasons we mentioned, staff morale and PTO availability and training, et cetera, that I mentioned back in October. But again, happy to answer questions if you have any questions about the patrol deputy position. And then the CRO position.
Patty, can you just advance the slides down to the CRO position, please? Thank you.
The CRO position would be a second. This would provide, this would allow us to provide 7-day-a-week coverage for our community response officer. This is a sworn but not certified, so not a post-peace officer. They have a very limited scope of statutes that they can enforce given by the authority of the sheriff. And this individual is, we've seen the benefits of this position, I think, as Patty said. Tremendous amounts of community engagement, tremendous amounts of positive interactions with our community, but also helping motorist assist, flat tires, response to EMS and medical calls, or EMS and fire calls, excuse me. And also response to and assistance and support on search and rescue calls. So it's everything that is not really criminal investigations. It's not it's not a police officer on the street, but they do drive a marked vehicle. They are uniformed, and it would just round out our 7-day-a-week coverage for that position. And also, as I mentioned, would perform the tasks of ESF 11 for animal in the Emergency Operations Center.
Okay.
This actually is a question.
So, yes, please, Francie.
Did you hire an additional deputy last year?
So we were given the what we called the lieutenant position. I was actually hired as a division chief, or patrol division chief, and that was
right.
Justin Thompson, who's here today in the back, who earlier this year was promoted into that position.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the last we left it, if I'm fairly remembering the board's discussion, was support for both of the community response officers, support for one of the patrol deputies, and then we have outstanding on the community response officer and the deputy emergency manager. Connie, am I forgetting anything relevant for, I got that
That's
right?
it.
Okay, let's discuss. Patty, then
I
Francie?
would like us to seriously consider funding the seasonal backcountry, because I would like 7 days a week coverage, and I know we have a lot of square miles to cover, from the top of Independence Pass up to Frying Pan, up to Crystal, up Maroon, up Castle. And I think we could utilize both, especially until such time as it's a seasonal position, so doesn't mean it's in perpetuity. We could decide if federal dollars came back in to fund some resources for protection of our federal lands. We might reconsider that in out years. So I'm definitely there on looking at funding the 2 seasonal backcountry. I'm definitely there with bringing up another emergency or a community response officer, a deputy, a patrol deputy. Definitely, I'm just not comfortable with the, and I understand because I deal in that arena. I dealt in it for years, and not only as a member of the Board of Commissioners, but working in ERs and touring the facilities whenever you guys would give me the opportunity to do so. I just think we could better utilize staff at least. It's a big hit. It's a vehicle and a full-time, permanent position. So that's where I stand on those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Patty, I'll just take chair prerogative to say I agree with Patty. Francie, go ahead.
I agree with 2 backcountry. I know you're willing to go with 1, but we don't really know what's going to happen with the Forest Service.
Sure.
And we do need to protect our public lands. It's the essence of where we are. So I would support 2 backcountry officers. Definitely a community response officer. I think that's really important interaction with the public and an important way to meet the needs of our constituents. I really like that position. Definitely another deputy. I know there's times where you only have 1 deputy out there. That's a little scary.
Especially for the deputy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have slowed down, just so you know. They don't have to waste any more time with me, so.
Can't drive the highway without thinking about her vehicle.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
And,
I'm waiting for my number.
of course, I have to look at my speedometer all the time to
Cruise
stay
control,
slow.
cruise control.
And I am gonna support the deputy emergency manager, because I do think if we have a fairly, I'd love to hope that we won't have an emergency, a large emergency where we need more support. I'm gonna be careful and support that.
Thank you.
Who's next? Greg?
I'll just say ditto for Francie. I agree with that, and we're doing it for the next year, and things might get tweaked next year. I'm prepared to go forward with it.
However, the 3 permanent positions are permanent.
That's not easy tweaked. That means laying somebody off.
Talking seasonal. But I'm happy to go forward with it.
I've said most of what I'll say, but I'm just concerned about our overall growth in FTEs over just year over year over year over year. And I feel like the deputy is sort of a nice to have. I would expect we would hear it again next year. Sorry if I'm losing my voice.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just concerned about the growth in the organization overall, and I think this is a position that we can hold off.
Which one?
The deputy emergency manager. Jeffrey.
So I'm truly impressed with the mutual aid in the Valley, with the level of service in the Valley, the cooperation across the teams. I think we're going to continue to attract more people and a lot more large events. I'm going to vote in favor of health, safety, and welfare, so I would support a deputy emergency manager. I think it's critical given sort of the attractiveness of this audience and this place.
Patty?
I hope you don't think that I don't support public safety or health, safety, and welfare. As I think this is kind of because I'm not supporting the deputy emergency manager. I think by hiring up 2 seasonal when we have most of our visitors that may or most of our issues in the backcountry, having 2 community response officers will be great backup for when we do, if not when, if we ever do have a major emergency. I don't think we need a deputy emergency manager for the what if, because I think we've got backup now by creating a better staff with community response and backcountry response officers. So I think that's going to be something we can show this coming year, how well we can cooperate within the department to utilize those resources without hiring a full-time year-round position with a vehicle. That's a huge impact to the general fund. And that, I also have to be protective of that.
Thanks, Patty. I think you have your direction.
So just to make sure I'm clear on the different positions, the board is supportive of 2 seasonal backcountry positions. The majority is supportive of the deputy emergency manager, 1 patrol deputy, and the community response officer. Did I get that correct?
You did.
Yes.
Okay. All
And I
right.
just want to say, Chris, you've been a huge, incredible addition to the team, and it's been great to get to know you, and one of John Peacock's best decisions.
Wasn't my decision.
Oh, was it? Okay.
I did help the sheriff.
Oh, the sheriff, too. Sorry, I want to give credit.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm stacking up reasons why I cannot approve the budget, just so you know.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Next, I wanted to review all of the new positions and just make sure that what we have built into the budget is aligned with the board's direction and that there aren't any changes that need to occur. In your board packet material at the very end, I did include some supplemental material that lists out all of the positions that were added mid-year 2025, all of the requests in 2026. So that's just as a supplement to what's in the presentation. So in the general fund, we have included in the budget 4 new ongoing positions. That would be an appraiser in the assessor's office, the deputy emergency manager, 1 patrol deputy, a community response officer. For the seasonal backcountries, that will change on this chart over into the included column. And then in ComDev, we have the extension of a term limit for a plans examiner inspector, and the other positions, enterprise systems administrator for IT and customer service specialist for housing, are listed as pending, which means they're not included in the budget. They could potentially come back mid-year should we have more information that would bring a reason to bring it back to the board. There are a few studies that are underway, for example, with IT, that once we get results of that, depending on how that turns out, we'll see what that brings out. Is there any questions or different direction from staff other than what's shown here?
Patty?
Yeah, I do have an issue with the assessor's office, and I left the board, I printed out copies of job descriptions, I left them on everybody's desk. There seems to be confusion. It's not my department to micromanage, it's the assessor who is, Deb's not here. Interesting.
Deb has a email that she has a cold, and so
Okay, well.
I think she's online, and in fact,
Well, I would, and I know, in talking to a previous assessor, that it's difficult to hire somebody in the office and to train them, et cetera. I understand that, so if the need be, but I would really like to create an opportunity for the assessor to reevaluate the structure of the job descriptions in her office before we just hire another full-time a full-time appraiser. It was interesting because we were told there was a deputy assessor, but from Human Resources Department, it says that turns out this title is one granted by the elected assessor to an employee of her choosing. There is technically no job description, which I think is questionable because everybody has to have a job description. And it's not really up to elected for one of us to just make a decision to hire somebody for a position that doesn't have a job description. And the assessor who does her own hiring within her department, I understand we don't really have any control over hiring except for the county manager and the county attorney. But I would like to give the assessor the opportunity to look at who's doing what in her office and maybe be able to shift some workload so that she frees up time for the assessors, for the appraisers to do appraising before just hiring another appraiser. And it could be, we could put it in for a pending kind of a position or fund it based upon the opportunity for the assessor to reevaluate. Isn't there a way we can put it into the budget but not fill the position right away till some kind of reevaluation of job descriptions in that department are reviewed?
That's a
We
possibility.
wouldn't have to come back through this process again. So if it was determined that, yes, after reevaluating the jobs in the assessor's office, it was still determined that an assessor or an appraiser was needed, then that would already be in the budget rather than just automatically giving another full-time position, which is not seasonal, it's permanent.
There's the typical way that we've handled that is to do a pending position, so it might come back, but it does come back through the process. It comes back in a quarterly,
So we could,
and you could do it pending that type of evaluation and further direction from the board, and then we'd bring it back in a supplemental. We could approve it. It gets a little bit more
whatever
difficult
works
with
easiest
elected.
for staff
Yeah.
and for accounting purposes. I just think that there's a lot of questions that came up in reading the job descriptions that I think the staff that's there we might be able to find better use of staff that's in the office. I'm not just speaking of appraisers, I'm speaking of everybody who works in that department. And again, it's not our responsibility or our job to micromanage the assessor's office, but again, it's our responsibility to manage the general fund budget.
Okay, other reactions to what Patty said or questions?
Well, I wonder if we could hear from Dan again about the workload of the appraising, the whole thing, because I knew you had objections last time, but I thought we had overvoted your concerns.
Again? Well, the problem was I didn't have the information because I couldn't
Right,
get
I
it.
remember that. But anyway, so what would you guys think about hearing from Dan again?
And Wendy, I think Wendy's the chief appraiser, right? If you both want to come up, that's great.
Well, just so you know, my concern is not that they don't have a lot of work to do. I think that's going to change when the values go down and people stop appealing as much. That's kind of my feeling where the curve's going to go. I'm going to be optimistic about that rather than just spending general fund dollars. filling a position, I think we might be able to better, as I said.
Yeah.
But, and
Well,
that's
I
not to
know
say
you-
you
I
guys
got your
don't do a
position.
great job
Thank
and
you.
you don't work really hard.
Would you like to come up and answer Francie's questions? I'll just take a moment to comment. I don't know if the values are gonna go down. We're seeing like these incredibly ridiculously high
Well, there's
offers
those
for
few ones,
sale
right.
that then inform how they appraise, which then inform whether people think they got overly appraised, which then inform the
I think we'll
appeals and
see-
abatement process, and it sort of has a watershed effect.
I think we'll see a downturn in appeals. How's that?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, and I think maybe just start and help me understand. So we have Deb's the appraiser, we have an assessment manager, we have a chief appraiser. Dan, I forget your title. Deputy chief appraiser. Okay, so I don't know how that all fits in a org chart, but maybe you can help us understand that.
And we have
as
a
well.
deputy assessor.
Right,
position.
who is the assessment manager, I think by the formal.
That doesn't have a job description, and it's up to Deb's choosing.
And that's not under our umbrella, because that's, again, Deb and Debbie being the assessor and assessment
know.
manager figure that out. But
Red light on, please.
red light on. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, and like I said at the beginning, I share your optimism, Patty, about value, maybe appeals. Values still look pretty strong.
Those
Folks
$300 million
will
properties
never
are
be
gonna
happy with what their house is valued, right? So, and just like our last meeting, I think Deb showed you all the numbers of the percentages of the workload going up.
Which
and,
we had seen.
Right.
yeah.
And for the last, 20 plus years, we've had a team of 6 appraisers. So I don't know if we need to go through all of those numbers again. I don't have them with me today because we just wanted to be here if you had any more questions. Because honestly, I thought the position was approved. But as far as our office is concerned, we're looking to hire another appraiser once one of the appraisers whose term limited is retiring, I think next year, is that right?
Spring, yeah.
In
Term
spring.
limit.
Yeah.
Can't
Right.
term limit an appraiser.
So you're down an appraiser now,
They have an
compared to historically?
They have an extra one. They, I believe it was 2 years ago, a 2-year term limited position was approved for the overlap with knowing that a retirement of a longer term employee was coming up.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So before the end of 26, this person will be term limited?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure on her dates exactly. So.
Or it could be extended again.
I think she's done.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we're coming up again on another year of appraisals. When is that?
No, so the reassessment's every 2 years on the odd year. So
On the
no,
odd
we'll-
years.
Yeah, we'll have an
Okay.
intervening year here in 2026, but it's still appeals that have been going down the road to round 2 BoCC and then round 3 BAA, and then of course throughout the year, any time of the year, abatements, which you all love.
And so you don't even start your reappraisal or whatever it's called until January of 27?
We start the process in the fall of
Fall before.
26.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, of course, that's when, the data collection period will be sales between mid-24 to mid-26. And then basically the fall of 26, we start the process for new values that come out in 2027. Right. Mhm.
And that's the reason you have a request for another appraiser? Or that part of it?
Part of it, right. So along with that, like we stated last meeting, the new construction that has gone up significantly. I believe we showed the numbers from all the new permits and things like that. Those have to be a constant, inspections, new construction, remodels and things like that for all the appraisers going out.
Yeah.
And then, as Wendy and I have a team of 4 appraisers to supervise, we also do our areas, but we're also trying to review their appraisal work. I think, as Patty alluded to, she knows that we do the appraisal work, the appraisal side of the office, and not the admin side.
So you're going to be hiring an appraiser, not a deputy assessor?
No, correct. It would be an appraiser who would train under Wendy and I.
They have
Okay.
a deputy assessor.
So I'm
already.
still in favor of approving this.
Thank you. Other questions about this?
No, it just gives me another reason to Say no to the budget.
I just want to clarify, oh, sorry, Deb, I just want to clarify what I think I heard correctly. You have 6 appraisers, you've had 6 appraisers for 20 years.
We have an extra right now replacing Cheryl, so it's going to be 6.
Right, and that's what your level has
Yeah.
been. So you're asking for 1 additional from what your level has been for 20 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. real
Deb,
quick.
sorry, let me, oh.
Just real quick, because Deb may be able to answer it too. What does the deputy assessor do? Because there's no job description.
I would love to answer that.
Go ahead, Deb.
The deputy assessor, hi, everybody, thanks for hearing us. The deputy assessor is someone in my office that I name that can take over for me if something happens to me, and that is the only thing they do. So they do not need a job description. The assessment manager is Debbie Payne. She's been there for 32 years, and she is well qualified to run the office if anything happened to me. So we do not need a job description because it really isn't a job title. She is just the deputy in case something happens to me.
So the equivalent, for example, in the clerk's office, they have when I worked there, the recording manager was sworn in as the deputy clerk. In that formal, something happens to the elected, that's how the chain of power goes, but her job was the recording manager. So if I hear that equivalent, this person's job is the assessment manager, and they're sworn in as the deputy assessor in terms of chain of power.
Which I believe that title is just added to Larry, even though he was chief appraiser for Tommy.
But there's an,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
well, Deb has more to talk about, but.
Deb, are you done? Do you have more?
Do I need to answer anything else?
I don't think so yet.
So there's another member of your staff, he, what's his name?
Mike? I'm not sure who, our newest employee?
No, he just got promoted, it's not.
Oh, Ben.
Oh, Ben.
Ben, what is Ben's title?
Ben is the deputy assessment manager. He is training to take Debbie's position when she retires. And it would be similar to what we did when Larry retired. We split that job in 2 and created a chief appraiser and a deputy chief appraiser. Debbie's position is assessment manager, and we created a deputy assessment manager. And when Debbie does retire, Ben will more than likely be promoted into the assessment manager position. And then we would need to fill that deputy position.
So does the deputy, like in the clerk's office, that was a great example, Kelly. In the clerk's office, the person who was the deputy clerk also had a job description for the job she was also doing. So does Ben also have a job that he does? Does he have a job description? There's no job description?
Yes, he has a job description. It's a real job description. It's the deputy assessment manager, and he works really hard.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's see if other board members have questions on this. I continue to support the 7th appraiser. Greg?
I'm going to support it.
Okay. Do you want to weigh in?
So just one question, is there any chance an additional appraiser actually reduces, so outside of valuation, is there a chance, fully staffed, you have more time to spend on appraisals and it actually reduces the time we spend with, spending on McIreland or something else?
That's what I asked last time.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't here, sorry, I was hanging out in Keystone last week, I apologize.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
There's always a risk for those abatements to trickle in. We have no control over that, but at least there'll be more hands to know what to do. Because we are losing some a seasoned employee, so it's gonna be a bunch of new people. And we sometimes do these cycles of every 2 years we do this big process.
Right.
And so this one we're going into, it's only their 2nd time doing it, so it's gonna be very new. And so it's just a lot. It's a lot.
We're also reevaluating the appraisal areas every couple of years. And like Wendy said, when we have a seasoned veteran like, Cheryl, she's had the West End and Aspen forever. once we do train the employee, that will lighten the load on where's your appraisal area, which every appraiser should know their area inside and out, every street, every home. And so they'll be able to go out and do the inspections that we don't have to anymore, and, picking up the slack for, those areas. So that will help out a lot, the new construction, remodeling inspections.
Thank you.
And your,
I'm in favor of the appraiser position.
thank you.
And can I see the job description?
Duly honor Patty's
Wendy.
dissension and protection of the general fund.
Well, it's a little overwhelming this year, too.
Then for other funds, we have the Economic Assistance Eligibility Specialist as a pending position, depending on what happens both on a federal and a state level. The Seniors Kitchen Assistant FTE increase from 4 to 5 days a week, as approved. Term-limited Behavioral Health Program Administrator, that's a 3-year term-limited position, which is really taking the place of another term-limited position that has come to an end in the behavioral health, the mental health data analyst. The Environmental Health Specialist for air quality is not included in the budget. For open space and trails, an ongoing natural resources supervisor is included, and then 3 seasonal positions, In the library, changing the temp positions to seasonals so they could come back year after year. An ongoing heavy equipment operator at the Solid Waste Center. A 1-year term extension for a scale house technician at the Solid Waste Center. These, I believe, are all unchanged from the staff recommendation that the board was in agreement with those. The one where the board seemed to want a change was with the fleet mechanics or technicians. 2 positions were proposed. And the board was in favor of having 1 position approved and hired, and the other held for pending or possible other alternatives or creative solutions, whether that be interns or work with the community college or some other way of building up more support. Does the board have any changes to what you see before you?
I just have a question. I agree with all of them, you can believe it or not, because most of them are well supported and documented. There was no confusion. On the mechanics, would it be better to just, I know it's hard to hire them, it's hard to find them, especially when we have such diverse fleets that we're now managing. Would it be better to just include 2 under mechanics, technicians, mechanics now, so if you find them, we can get them? I know it's been busy. I was bringing cookies yesterday, and the place was maxed with all kinds, an ambulance and a fire truck and a regular vehicle and everything in there, so.
Hi, Brian. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me. I'm the Public Works Director. I just talked to Matt. And I think where we are right now, we are fully staffed in fleet for the first time in many years, is to go ahead and move forward with the 1 position and see how it goes, and then keep 1 in pending.
That's what I needed to hear.
Yep.
Thank you.
So
So wait, while you're at the mic, what's not on here is Road and Bridge and the 3 outstanding winter maintenance.
So we currently still have those 3 openings, and we have a backup plan working with Solid Waste Center to provide snow removal services. We continue to advertise the best we can to fill those positions.
I thought we were able to hire up 2 out of the 3 that came from CDOT.
Not at this time.
Thank you for
Maybe
that.
I dreamt it.
Thank you, Brian.
Could have
Thank you.
been.
You could drive a snowplow.
I can. Well, yeah, just Peacock and I are doing it after the first of the year. We're coming out and working for you guys. You get to bring the cookies this time.
Okay, I'm hearing
Just one quick thing
assent
to Brian and
by,
Matt. I sent you the contact for the guy at Epic who does the high school training thing, so keep your eye out for that.
Okay, so in summary on the positions, all of the recommended positions have been included in the 5-year plans. When we bring back the budget for first reading, it will have the addition of the 2 seasonal backcountry community response officers. Mid-year 2025, there were quite a number of positions added, most of those related to the airport modernization project to be able to fully support that project. Now adding 6.25 for 2026 brings the total change from prior year to 16.125. Again, there is more detailed information about all of the positions at the end of your packet materials. And so this will be the new table of organization. We do not include seasonals in the table of organization, so there's no change from what you see here. And so it sounds like we have board direction to move forward.
I see it, yes. Jeffrey?
Just had one question. Sorry, I know Jordana and Lindsay are here. Can they touch on, does this cover where we currently live and understand the implications of HR 1, and you're comfortable moving forward with the way this is drafted? Sorry, you're here. I had to ask. Is that okay?
It's totally fine. It will also come up in our stabilization pool discussion later in this conversation.
Thank you. Sorry.
Direct Reading Services, great question. Thank you, Jeffrey, and thanks for listening to us.
Red light on, please.
Yep, red light on. Got it. So that is something we're studying right now. We really don't know yet the impacts. I think we're going to hear more at CCI in a couple of weeks and have a little bit more of a sense of the direction. My understanding right now is that things are moving really, really fast. And for us to be able to implement, it usually does kind of like the airport project, take some sort of employee up a little bit to be able to implement. Does that come from the state end or does that come from the local county end? We're not sure right now. So we're studying it also to see if folks are going to be losing coverage. That will change our caseloads. I don't know if you saw the news today about SNAP, about folks are needing to reapply for SNAP. And if that happens, then that's a whole new caseload that we weren't anticipating. It's really hard to keep our finger on this pulse right now to understand how some of these changes. What I've found is that by kind of sitting back, observing, listening, and learning, we're taking in a lot of information right now and studying it. We have done a workload study in economic services. That's where the biggest impacts are going to be. And we feel pretty secure in that space right now, today. If that changes in the future, we'll be coming back to you, which is why we have that pending position.
Thank you.
Is that helpful? Also, just to piggyback on the discussions we've had over the last couple of weeks with the Healthy Community Fund and those types of kind of whether we move in the direction of reformatting, we'll be coming to you with some more, research, data to help show what a good direction may be for that in 2026 as a ballot measure.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
So the next item up for discussion is BoCC annual dues and memberships. I got word that the board wanted to see what was in the budget in both 2025 and 26 and just make sure that this lines up with what the board desires. So most of these are the same with just some small adjustments when some of the dues have gone up. The one item that was paid in 2025 was Basalt Chamber membership, and we don't have that in the 2026 budget.
Why not?
I think it just wasn't there before, but it could be added in.
Okay, thank you. Jeffrey?
So 2 questions. One was, I would support re-upping the Basalt Chamber. It's one of our municipalities. We should support them and be a member. We actively present to them, would be one. And 2 is really for Greg. I've seen value in Mountain Pact vis-a-vis their articulation of what's going on nationally for public lands. They came to us, I think, mid-year, and I don't believe we funded them. And I look at Greg for that one. But I think there is value given the movement in public lands that we would, even if it's a token amount, show the support of this board for Mountain Pact.
I'd support that. I also wanted to bring up that RWAPA dues aren't in there as well, and I was going to try to find those for you.
Thank you. Is Mountain Pack a dues or a membership, or is it a contribution?
It's a contribution.
It's a contribution from the recent information I read about it, but we haven't had that discussion outside of right now. So I'm not comfortable funding something I'm not really sure. When we do CCI Public Lands, we do Club 20, which also addresses public lands. CAST, which is kind of doing some focus on public lands. And as far as the Basalt Chamber, is there a membership for Snowmass? Snowmass is all in our jurisdiction, and we don't think we've ever contributed to that. And they actually are more involved, Snowmass is more involved with ACRA than Basalt is. So I think we can still participate and talk with the Basalt Chamber, but we're not on their board, we don't attend their meetings, their regular meetings or anything like that. So is it a contribution or is it a membership? I don't know. With ACRA, it's a membership, so we can get discounts.
Can we have some clarity on that, maybe?
I will have to have staff bring that back to you.
Yeah, I would say one of the reasons in the past I was supportive of Basalt, whether it's contribution or membership, was that they have an incubation, like a business incubator, where they support kind of the business development and startup of new businesses. ACRA doesn't have the same, which is fine. Each can choose what they want to focus on, but that was one of the things that I thought was helpful to, kind of reinvesting in the community in that way. At Basalt, I think this was precipitated. Oh, someone's trying to hack us. I don't want that happening.
No, we definitely don't want that to happen.
I find it, the Club 20, I think, conversation was what precipitated wanting to know this, I think, because Eagle County has dropped out of Club 20. It's clearly not for funding, for financial reasons. Those are very low dues. And Northwest COG is expensive.
Northwest COG is expensive. It's based on a formula. It's not just based on budgetary need. The other ones don't have a formula. And that formula will, depending upon, it's based on property value and population. And the counties pay a bigger share than the municipalities that are members. But we get stuff back from Northwest COG. We don't get stuff back from most of the other organizations, like Elevator, like Energy, like Seniors, the Vintage Program, all of those things. So we may pay in a lot, but we get actual stuff back.
Services.
Which we don't from the others.
I would say CCI is the most
outrageous.
Most questionable. Like its value to us as Pitkin County.
Yeah.
Well, how much are we participating in CC4CA anymore and CCAT anymore? I mean, is that?
I'm still active in CCAT. And that's our tribe of people down at the front at the legislature.
But it's gone up significantly. I mean, what's their justification for that increase in budget? I mean, it's not in membership.
I'm not
With
totally
COGS,
sure.
it's easy because, like I said, it has a formula.
Well, most of the, I know for CCAT and I think CCI, they tied to assessed value or budget, like county budget. And so they create sort of tiers of if your county budget is within
So they have
200,000 and
some sort of a
300,000,
formula.
you pay this much. If your county budget is less than this, you pay this much.
Yeah, but look at our county budget
I
this
know, our
year.
county budget's
It can't take into consideration things that.
Well,
are
this would have been
inequal.
based on last year, but yeah.
It'd be interesting, but.
I think CC4CA is definitely worth it for the amount of money. Their advocacy and lobbying on behalf of is it 48 municipalities and counties is worth the money spent to stay involved there. I'm involved peripherally more, and I think Jeffrey's been much more involved. I get interested to hear what he has to say. I did want to ask the RWAPA is the dues for 2026 are $9,288 for RWAPA. And then there are contributions to the ANS program, which are in addition to that, but those wouldn't be dues. So that's something separate, I assume. So is that
What does
appropriate?
the WAPA stand for? I'm
Rudai
sorry.
Water and Power Administration. We're partners of it. We've generally been. What's that?
I thought it was authority.
It's authority.
Rudai Part, yeah.
I believe
Rudai Water and
I
Power
believe we
Authority.
pay that out of the Healthy Rivers Fund.
Oh, you know what? We probably do. Thank you.
And that's probably where this
That's where it is.
species comes from too.
Copy that. All right.
I would also just note CC4C is one of the few organizations that are really honed in on regulation changes too. And I think that that's a real value.
I just want to make sure we actually participate.
No,
I think it's
we
great
take
we're
advantage of
members,
them.
but we need to make sure we are participating in these committees and boards and organizations, rather than just paying to be a member.
Well, you know me, I'm always happy to drop out of CCI, but John keeps talking me out of it, so.
And I'll give you my one reason
know.
I keep telling Kelly, since I was prompted is, yeah, I think, obviously there are a number of counties where we may find ourselves in the minority on issues. However, when it comes to votes for supporting policy positions, there's a supermajority requirement, which makes it easier to play defense when we need to, which I think is important in an organization like that. CCI does have a lot of recognition, history, and connections, and so that kind of forces, I think, actually more moderate positions to prevail out of the group versus what could happen.
Thanks, John.
Alrighty then.
Jeffrey?
I will echo John's comments, but add, which is the top 10 priorities for 2026 legislative session were really moderated by members of CCI who are also members of CC4CA and CCAT. And so the voice is getting louder at CCI, and we can blame George Marlin and Sonia Macy's and the Summit County Commissioner Nina, thank you. And so Nina Waters. But I would also add that the 3 days we're about to spend in the Front Range are largely shifting to reacting to HR1. I don't know any other organization that we have that's so in touch with what's going on, both at the state and the federal level. So Lindsay and I have also been pairing for December 1, 2, 3 in terms of, we'll probably be at opposite presentations for those 3 days. But I think it's an informative organization. I think Levi's maintained a good presence across the board, but has also been a partner with the board at CCI, and I think we have a good standing in that room, even when we stand down with Weld County. So thank you for my diatribe.
Well said.
I have a quick sidebar,
Yeah.
just real quick. I would like us at some point to discuss attendance at these committees and organizations. So when the appointed person is unable to attend, they let the alternate person know that they won't be able to attend. Jeffrey's really good about following up with me on Northwest COG and back and forth, so that we do have somebody in the room that is an elected who's appointed. Levi does a great job, but he wasn't appointed, he's not elected. It's great that he goes to a lot of these meetings, but it would be great if there's a difference with the face at the table when it's an elected.
Right.
So
I'm
hearing
happy, I feel like that happens, but we can give more detail to it if you'd like.
Feeling differently, so we can talk about it.
Well, we'll have plenty of time at 4:15 or 4 o'clock.
Well, we have a lot, I think, to discuss at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
It can happen at
So I'm
some
not
point.
hearing any interest in pulling any of these or adding.
Okay, and I'll make sure the board gets more information on the basalt chamber.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the BoCC stabilization pool. We've set this aside from the general fund balance, and is intended to strategically address federal and state budget cuts which affect our local partners. And it proposes 1.5 million over 3 years, so 500,000 a year in 26, 27, and 28. And it's derived from one-time budget savings, so we would ask the board not to commit funding until we get to quarter 2 of 2026, just to make sure that things are coming in as we had planned and that we do have that funding available for the board.
Quick question. Does it roll over? So if we don't use the 500 in year 26, it rolls to 27? Okay. 'Cause we used to have a fund that didn't do that, and we decided that didn't make sense. Okay. And is 500,000 a year enough? We can also decide that as we move forward into 26, 27.
It's a matter of how much fund balance there is left over.
Yeah, I mean, likely, Patty, the requests for this funding are going to exceed what's available. Potentially what this board wants to, what holes it wants to plug will be exceeded by this. But it is also a significant contribution where I think the board can make a real difference depending, and as we see, these things are ebbing and flowing
If need
very,
be,
very
we can bring it back
quickly.
if we run into a
Yeah, and so I do
issue.
think it's a substantial amount that can make a difference. Yeah.
Other questions or discussion on this? We also have 115,000 that we're planning to leave in reserve in the Healthy Community Fund. That might connect with the same uses here. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay. All right. Next is Michael Port in the room or online.
He's got a hand
The
up.
hand up?
It's online.
We don't have a
Just need to get,
moderator at the moment.
Pinch hit IT. Well done. Well done.
Just wondering why all those airport people are still hanging out.
We were meeting with other people.
They're making me nervous over
Back
there.
of the room, you mean?
I just saw the consultants. I just saw the architects leave the
Right, yeah, they
building.
had another meeting.
Michael, can you hear us?
Here she
Hey,
is.
are you able to hear me?
Yes.
We are.
Okay,
So of
perfect.
course, when you leave the room.
Is Kara the
Alright, thank
deputy
you very
IT
much.
person?
I guess you just have my audio at the moment, but that's fine.
We can turn him down.
Sorry, right when I got to the bathroom.
Makes for better TV.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Go ahead, please.
Okay, awesome. Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst. Thank you for having me in today's meeting. Thanks to Connie for the invitation and partnership on the 2026 budget process. If you recall, we adopted a new climate action plan earlier this year. One of the strategies that we committed to in that climate action plan was that we would work with the different kind of budgeting, financial mechanisms and processes that we have at the county to advance climate action work. And so we revived a process that I guess was happening at some point in the past where during the budget we had departments talk about what they were doing to support our climate action goals. But we formalized that this year by adding a section into the budget narratives to allow departments to match up the work that they're doing with our climate action plan. So I'm going to just give a quick overview of what we saw in the 2026 budgets, and do a little by the numbers, and hopefully start off this great process to keep doing it moving forward in future budget years. So what we really wanted to emphasize, or the advantages that this gives us in partnering on budget. It allows us to identify how we're implementing the climate action plan across the organization. It helps me as kind of the supporter of climate action work at the county to understand the work that's being done, the different priorities that departments have, and any potential gaps that there may be. I think a big part of this as well is also being able to hopefully identify ways that we can encourage collaboration across the organization, whether that's the climate team to a department, but also see similarities in the work that different departments are doing, and all of this to better support our departments. Next slide, please. We did an analysis of the budget narratives, the different images or graphics that you see there. These are the sections of our climate action plan, and in the narratives we saw 25 of 40 budgets reported advancing our climate action goals. From our standpoint, that's excellent. We're seeing more than half of our departments and different budget funds relating to climate action. We do have quite a wide variety of departments across the county, so things like the risk fund, health insurance fund, coroner, different human services departments maybe don't have as direct of a link to climate work, but really the departments where we would expect a role to play, they were able to respond and show that they were supporting our CAP. And we do see that our county budgets are aligned with focus areas for reducing greenhouse gases. We have buildings and transportation being the largest sectors of emissions, and as I'll get into kind of in the next slide, we're contributing a lot to reducing emissions in buildings and fleet. We also are investing in the community through CORE. The next year's allocation to them is going to be just over $800,000, and then we have over $7 million in capital investments for the county that have a climate impact. Next slide, please. So by the numbers, as I said, we have over $7 million going towards climate-aligned capital requests in 2026. We are planning to spend $1.8 million on fleet electrification, and that's on new electric vehicles and also the charging infrastructure that Matt was presenting on earlier. And then in terms of building decarbonization, where we're constructing new facilities or retrofitting existing facilities, adding an additional $5.5 million to those ongoing projects to make sure that they are mitigating carbon as much as possible. So again, this was kind of our first go at creating this more formal process to allow our departments to talk about the work that they're doing, and happy to answer any questions that you may have, and hopefully when you're reading the budget narratives you were able to learn some things about what we're doing as a county.
Great. Questions for Michael?
Thank you, Michael, for putting together the summary of all of that. I know that was a lot to
Well, and
even
this is
for you to
helpful,
read
'cause
through.
normally we would ask this of the departmental presentations that weren't part of this year's budget presentation. So the overview is super helpful. I will give a shout out to Greg, who I think initially pushed for the inclusion of this information in our budgeting process many years ago. So thank you, and bravo to the departments.
It looks great.
Okay, great.
Very happy that it's part of this.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks all.
Thanks, Michael.
So next steps, first reading of the budget resolution and mill levy certification will be on Wednesday, December 3rd, with second reading and final approval on Tuesday, December 9th in a special meeting. But I did want to, before we end today's presentation, go through a few of the changes that have happened since we originally presented the budget to you on October 14th. By state statute, we need to present the proposed budget to the board by October 15th, and then it needs to be finalized by December 15th. So we've got that 2-month time frame in which to have discussions with the board. While that's happening, we're working behind the scenes also on a number of areas. So sometimes changes come up, whether by board direction or just through staff looking at different line items and realizing that some changes are needed. So in the general fund, I believe it was Amy and Kara looking at the caucus support and realizing that the Home Rule Charter mentions $1,500 per caucus per year as the support, but we had been budgeting $600. So we did increase that line item in the board's budget by an additional $9,900 so that we can have the $1,500 budgeted.
Thank you for that.
Jeanette. Jeanette is the wizard.
Jeanette.
That was huge because they couldn't even do a mailing, you know.
With detention's cash bonds, the board will see a fourth quarter supplemental request coming forward to increase this budget for 2025. Since we're doing the supplemental, we realized we needed to increase also the 2026 budget to match. So we've added an additional $250,000 both to the revenue and expenditure side. It is a net zero in the budget, so there's no fund balance impact. And the $400,000 will better match the year-to-date actuals. The jail records
Can I ask you a question before you go on?
Well, I was going
Is
to
it part of the
explain
same
about
thing?
it, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The jail records the receipt of cash bonds and then turns around and passes those cash bonds through to the courts. And so it's a net zero budget effect with maybe just some timing involved. And I talked to Dan Felon about the reason for this larger increase in this area, why we're having so much more in cash bonds. And he said that there are really two reasons. One is that the judges are setting higher bond amounts, and the other is that more people are paying in cash rather than going through a bondsman. So I guess a bondsman would pay that directly to the court. It wouldn't pass through the jail's budget. When it's cash, it does go through the jail's budget. We will have Dan here with you on December 2nd when we review fourth quarter supplementals, and he'd be able to answer more questions.
I have no more questions, thank you.
That caused me to have a question. So if a bondsman can pay directly to the court, why can't the person posting the bond pay directly to the court?
I don't know that.
Because, yeah, why is it going through the jail at all? Because the jail doesn't technically set the bond. That would be a question for Dan.
Yeah,
Okay.
my guess is Patty has to do with hours of operation.
Yeah, but people get bonded out the courts in the middle of the night, and if a bondsman bails them out in the middle of the night, he's still paying it through the court.
I
Question
thought
for
best
Dan.
practice was to move away from cash bond.
Yeah, those are questions for Dan, but obviously there's an increase. That's a lot of increase in bond settings by the judges, and that's a new one on me too.
It is a fairly
I
large
usually
dollar
follow that.
amount. Fortunately, it doesn't affect our fund balance because it's just passing through.
Great, thank you.
Then on the sales tax, we've seen some pretty strong sales tax collections in 2025. Our original forecast for 2025 sales tax was 4% over prior year, so plus 4% compared to 2024 sales tax. In August to August was up 11.5%. September was up 14% just for the month. Year to date through September, we're up 7.2% compared to 2024. So it's been very strong, much more so than what we were anticipating when we set the forecast in August with the Financial Advisory Board. So we felt that with the year-to-date being so high, leaving it at 4% made no sense. I think we'll reach 5% easily, if not more than that. So we just made a little adjustment in the forecast up to 5%. We're leaving the percentage increases the same for 2026 and the out years. So 2026 is still a 3.5% increase. However, it's increasing off of a slightly higher base. So it makes a small increase to the 2026 budget and an increase to the 5-year plan. In your packet material, I had an incorrect date. That last column should be budget plan impact 2025 through 2030, not through 2026. So the impact from 25 all the way through the end of the 5-year plan, that's a total of 6 years, for the general fund would be about $675,000, $119,000 for capital fund, and about $397,000 for the road and bridge fund.
I have a question. So this is the sales tax that comes back to the county, not
Yes.
the total sales tax collected by the county that then goes out to other entities.
That's correct.
And I think the public needs to be, it's not so much that we have more people shopping, it's that the prices of shopping have gone up so high. Therefore, the amount of sales tax has gone up. I mean, just buying groceries for those that are have a sales tax attached have gone up, or a piece of clothing. You know, you buy one purse for $10,000 versus, $35 at Carl's. But so it's the fact that the cost of goods is gone up that we're collecting a lot more sales tax. And I think that's interesting.
That would imply that the inflation rate is up around 10%, and I don't think it is. So I think it has to do with that, and partially the increased amount of wealth in our county.
John?
Anecdotally, I think what we're hearing is that there's been a shift in the retail market here to go to higher dollar, higher margin kind of goods. And so it may not be an inflation like CPI, but and maybe we don't call it inflation, but there's been price increases for the retail activity as well as in rooms. That's what we're anecdotally seeing. There's not a lot of indicators of a ton of increased activity, although there have been some months with bookings and
occupancy has been strong.
Yeah, and occupancy.
Not necessarily at these percentages.
Right.
But occupancy, according to ACRA, the numbers have been pretty soft, but the amount it costs you to rent a room has been extremely high.
Yeah, right.
So the lodging tax has gone up because the cost of renting a room is through the roof.
And the county dynamic is a little bit different. We're noticing some more differences between what's happening in Aspen Core versus countywide. So we're trying to track all of that and make sense of it. But, really, we are going to finish with a higher base, and we felt that it just made sense to kind of keep those projections of growth the same, but to project to the new base.
And according to a recent article in the paper, people in the city where they shop are going to really see the impact of the sales tax increases that the voters just approved. I was just in Glenwood shopping. Those haven't kicked in yet, of course, not till the first of the year. I was shocked at the amount of sales tax on the goods I bought in downtown Glenwood. And that's based on this year's sales tax, not when it's going to go up next year.
And Midland is even higher. If you go to the shopping center, it's like 10.5% out there.
Oh, over at the Meadows?
Oh, Meadows.
You know why? Because they have a special district for.
Yeah. It's expensive out there.
That's a big.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Connie.
Then in other funds, in the Public Health Fund, we added 2 new grants into the 2026 budget. These are grants that they just recently found out about. But both of the grants increase the public health fund balance because they cover some staff and overhead costs that were already included in the budget. So one is a chronic disease pilot grant. That's $140,000. It does begin in 2025 and then carries over through 2026. And then Connected Care for Rural Colorado grant is just under 22,000. So that's the change in the public health fund. A couple of other changes in Healthy Rivers and Streams. They reduced the miscellaneous water program sponsorship line from 30,000 to 15,000, and then they increased the Whitewater Park streamside improvements. They had a change order which required asphalt removal and backfilling with screened rock. That's an additional 25,000. In the ambulance district fund, when we present the original proposed budget to the board, I do not yet have the budget from Aspen Valley Health on what their ambulance service will cost. So I put in a high estimate, and their actual came in much lower. So I've reduced the ambulance district budget by about $331,000. It was a difference of I had put in $2,476,000, and their actual budget came in at $2,145,000. So only an increase of 5.7%, which is a lot less than what I was expecting.
And this isn't necessarily based on a decrease in their actual operating costs. It's really the margin that we're covering for the hospital. And I believe, Connie, I don't know if you had the conversation about billing.
Well, they're expecting to actually be getting more in, is it Medicare or Medicaid reimbursements?
Correct. It's both, actually. I think on both sides that as they changed their billing process, we had said we had anticipated that we would get better recovery. We made some changes, and it was better than we thought. So that's really what's resulting in this.
Mm-hmm.
So, quick point of clarification. We are the board for the ambulance district, but the hospital oversees the finances and accounting for the ambulance district.
So
Not for the district.
Yeah, so for you are the board of the district, and you approve this budget and 5-year plan. And then the district contracts with the hospital to operate the ambulance service. And so all of the employees are actually employees of the hospital. Correct.
So I thought. It's very complex.
Yes, yes.
And we contract with them to collect revenues for the services provided.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we're basically using the tax dollars from the district
Maintain
both
the building
for
and
the capital expenditures and then to subsidize the service.
Okay, and the last one, in the Housing Impact Fee Fund, we've added $120,000 for the demolition of 2 vacant trailers.
I know. That's frustrating, isn't it?
Hard to believe that there isn't a cheaper solution.
Yeah.
And somebody might want them somewhere for something.
Can't move them by federal law.
We need to haul them.
They're pre-HUD. They can only be moved within the parcel that they exist. They
If
can't
they can be moved at all.
If they can be moved at all, there are some other conditions, and so these have turned their liabilities in that regard. Yeah.
Question really quick back to the ambulance district. Speaking of FTEs, so if they want to hire 2 more EMTs, is it up to the hospital to determine that? Because since they're their employees? Okay.
Yeah, that falls really our agreement. We have an operating agreement with the hospital, and we have gotten away from this a little bit recently. Since COVID, we do have what we called a joint operating committee that would get together. I'm actually going to try and when the board does appoint an interim manager, have one of those conversations with the hospital as part of the handoff.
And they're keeping their FTs steady for 2026. I did ask about
Thank you.
that. So
Even though I have nothing to say about it, thank you.
There is no increase in FTE for
Appreciate
26. Does the board have any other questions on the budget before it comes back to you at first reading?
I have an observation. We topped 400 for FTEs.
Don't tell me that, Francie, because it was not my doing and it's not going to be at the end of the budget
I
approvals.
just thought you might want to hear that, Patty.
Thanks, Francie. You just made my day.
No
Yes,
question.
Jeffrey?
So, to Francie's point, it doesn't include, there's employees not included here that are part of the overall airport build-out that don't appear on the FT.
Oh, yeah, them.
I guess I'm
So,
all county
so our
employees,
our mid-year,
those do show up on there.
They're under enterprise fund
Yeah.
towards the bottom.
but we're still at 46 and 46.
Most of the employees were not added in the airport.
Yeah.
They were added in the departments that are supporting the airport
Like
for the
finance.
project.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
finance actually
Memory jogged.
benefited. We have a very large
procurement.
increase in finance for an internal auditor, which partially will review the FBO contract for grant support, for budget and procurement. So
That employee bills back to the airport enterprise fund to
Through the
cover that.
cost
So it's not
allocation
all
plan.
coming out of the general fund. A lot of it's coming out of the enterprise fund.
with
That's
1 year
correct.
in arrears.
There's a lag, right? So we pay it out of the general fund, and then once
gets
you have
billed
those
back.
costs, then it's reimbursed. And
Thank you.
yeah, if we ever
It's
shut
deceiving the
down,
way
we'll
that-
catch up.
It's amazing what you can learn after 23 budgets. Took me a long time.
Right?
I'm good. No, no questions. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Connie.
I like how you
Thanks,
did
Connie.
it.
I think the only outstanding thing is the basalt chamber.
And we'll get back to you with
And let me,
information.
can I add to that? If it's, they just need a donation of some amount, I would like to consider donating some amount rather than a membership, if we can. But then we'll probably be asked by Snowmass Chamber. Theirs is, sure, they have a different name out in Snowmass. She's doing great. Carbondale's not within our jurisdiction, though. Snowmass and Basalt are.
Okay. We have a scheduled
True.
break. Do folks want to go till 3:15? Do we want to do something? Do we want to review future agendas until 3 and then take a 15-minute break?
I want to go get some food. I had my other meeting all during lunch.
You did. You did. So you would like a break now?
I'd take a break.
Okay. Why don't we come back at 3:05? Is that, or 3:10?
Is that enough time for Francie?
3:10?
10. 3:10.
3:10.
They have Pasole over
All
there.
right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Picken County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, November 18th. We are going to discuss an agreement between the Roaring Fork Transportation Authority and Holy Cross Energy for our integrated microgrid project. I have to say, very early on, I introduced GR to some folks in Humboldt County, which is where I went to college, who have a microgrid at their airport as sort of a knowledge sharing. And they said that the agreements and contracting and ownership aspects of this project, of their project, were incredibly complex and warned us it would be the same. And I just continue to be surprised at how we continue to have agreements about our microgrid project coming forward to us. But now I get it. So here we are, and I'll turn it over to you, Michael Port.
No, I'm actually going to kick us off.
Oh, you're going to
here,
kick us off.
and
Sorry,
then,
Kevin. Kevin Warner.
We'll take it from there. So, so we are here to really do two to three things. One is to just give an update on the project, where we're at, and get you guys an update on everything associated with the clean energy microgrid and the battery energy storage system, and then also to give you the kind of the nuts and bolts of the agreement itself, and then hopefully be able to answer any questions and be able to move forward and look towards an actual resolution in the future, so that we can get that agreement signed and with all the partners. So that's really our goal here today. And Michael, I'll kick it off over to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Hi again, commissioners. I'm Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst. Happy to bring this back to you. Yes, Kelly, it has been a long time coming. I was helping GR since taking over in this position, and now working with Kevin as well. So we've gone through multiple iterations of staff supporting this project as well. So I'm glad we can be here to kind of get to the point of starting to wrap it up and have something built that we can test and operate. So I'm going to start off the presentation and walk through sort of the original vision for the project and where we are today, and then hand it back over to Kevin. And I will advance the slide
What is that
like
picture
that.
of?
We're going to give you an update on the project. It has been a years-long endeavor to complete and get to the point where we are today. We have the draft partnership agreement that was attached in your packet today with the project partners, and then an opportunity for you all to respond with any discussion or feedback. The original vision for this project was spurred on by the Lake Christine fire. We came very close to losing power to the upper valley. Some of the transmission lines were, mere feet away from being taken down during 4th of July weekend, and that spurred on some community conversations. RMI was involved, a lot of different local government stakeholders and other interested groups came together to talk about ways that we could have a more resilient energy grid, and this project grew from that process. I think it has evolved and taken, as we've built out a more concrete plan, we've refined it and come down to the setup that we have that we'll present to you today. But who has been involved in this kind of final version of the project is Pitkin County. We have the airport, as well as our public works facility in this area where the battery and the microgrid is established. We've partnered with RAFTA and their Aspen maintenance facility, which is next to the public works facility. And then Holy Cross has been really critical, obviously, in being the electric utility, and having a role to play in the actual operation and owning some of the microgrid equipment and helping us to complete this project. again, the timeline, it started with the Lake Christine fire, and from that point on, we had those community conversations. We then received some initial funding from DOLA to complete an energy box study that was looking at the different energy consumers within the ABC. There was some other studies completed to look at the resilience of the facilities in that area. In 2019, we declared a climate emergency, and we continued doing feasibility studies and work to design and come up with a concept for what a project could be. And then over the last couple of years, from the final feasibility, I started getting involved in 2023, and that's when we really started designing the system with CLP, our owner's rep engineering firm that has also been really critical on this project. Worked on construction in 2024, and then in 2025 we commissioned the BESS, which is the battery energy storage system, and have a few more next steps, which we'll talk about towards the end of this, to kind of complete the phase that we're in right now. What this project ended up becoming is the AABC, Integrated Clean Energy Microgrid. It is integrated because it's a part of the electric grid. There are certain other setups of microgrids where it would be like, Public Works can have its own microgrid, for example. But in this scenario, we have made it integrated in with the grid, and there are multiple public facilities that benefit from it. We also, as in future phases, want to implement energy efficiency measures and improve the system over time and as funding becomes available. But this was selected because it balances both climate goals and resiliency goals. So we can have 100% clean backup power for these facilities during an emergency event. It also has a benefit to Holy Cross because as we shift to more electrified facilities and buildings in the grid, that puts more demand on the grid, and so having backup battery storage is an advantage for them. We also can expand this in the future. It's modular, and so as we find more funding or as things change in the future, we can expand this microgrid system as well if we determine that we need to do that. And the microgrid is something that we could implement now. The airport project, the Public Works will undergo some future improvements. These are all things that can support the microgrid system in the future, but we could put the battery storage and the microgrid controls in today. To give a quick primer on what a microgrid is, because I've already been throwing out that term a lot, there's some different components that make up a microgrid. The first is power generation technology. In this image you have solar panels. Our microgrid can, once it is fully established, can connect to the 5 megawatt solar farm over in Woody Creek. A microgrid also has backup storage. We have a 1.5 megawatt, that's the amount of energy that it can output, and the current battery storage is 3.6 megawatt hours. That's in that one container that you all have seen next to animal shelter. And then there is distribution as well as energy uses. So I guess numbers 3 and 5 in here, and then the whole system is run by a microgrid control system in the center that allocates where energy is being used and creates the boundaries of what the microgrid is. Are there any questions so far? I know you've heard multiple microgrid presentations in the
Great,
past.
go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, great, thanks. Where's the controller located? Of course, that shows a console with a chair. There isn't going to be somebody driving the bus there, is there? I don't think.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah. So basically, it is some relatively small computers that will exist in a cabinet, like on the battery yard that we currently have.
On the side of the yard, and so the capacity of the battery is 3.5 or 6 megawatt hours.
Megawatt hours.
But it puts out 1.5 continuously for
Correct.
6 hours.
That's the max output of it.
6 hours?
I think it's a 6 hour for. I could be wrong about that. I thought I read that somewhere. You know, if you had to full load on it, how long would that full load go?
Yeah, so there's some of the nuance with this system. In the event of an emergency, we would probably reduce energy consumption in certain buildings, or we would prioritize energy usage, and so we would, in order to maximize the battery, we could extend the life of that. I think in the AIS we said up to 6 hours of backup energy just on the battery. If it's during the day and we connect to the solar farm, we can be fully reliant, just fully operate on solar during that time. And then while that's happening, it's charging the battery, and then we could get some additional juice after the sun goes down.
Right. Great. Thank you. No, this is great, and I've seen the big ones going in elsewhere that really seem to make a difference. California has, I think, a bunch of these and a lot of protocols for running off batteries in times when the power's down. And who knows, we may see power demanding this even without an emergency at some point. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. Yes.
If somebody in Basalt builds an AI, workstation or a Bitcoin mine nearby.
That's pretty far away.
Hopefully we don't have any data centers getting built. I don't see that happening.
Let's
most
hope.
likely, but
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sorry, Francie, go ahead.
Hi, Michael, it's Francie. Just so, when we don't have an emergency and we don't have power down, what happens out there? What's going on?
yeah, and we'll get into that a bit later in the presentation. But basically, the battery just serves as a during peak events. Typically at the end of the day when everyone gets home and turns on their appliances, there's a spike in energy consumption. And so the program or the part of the agreement that we've worked out with Holy Cross is if we discharge the battery during those times, we get compensated because then they don't have to pay for additional energy from their provider. And so that's the typical
Right.
day-to-day not.
And what percent do we not go below?
Operation.
What's the percent which we don't go below when we're giving energy to the grid for Holy Cross? We have a point that we don't.
We have on the battery. We've established we're not going to go below 50%.
50. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'll move on here. Where we are today, we have built the battery energy storage system yard, which is next to the animal shelter, and that parcel is airport property. We have additional space for more batteries in the future, but the first we have is a 1.5 megawatt system with that backup storage I mentioned. And we are working with WEG, which was the technology provider, and working with them on ongoing operations and maintenance. So there's inspections and different things that need to happen, and the equipment provider is going to probably be best suited to provide that service for us. So we don't have that exactly finalized yet, but we have we're working through a contract for that right now. And then coming soon, what we expect to be the completion of this phase of the project is installing the microgrid control equipment in early 2026 and doing the commissioning. That has been that's on Holy Cross's side. They own that equipment, and then finalizing this agreement that we have before you today, which has been worked on for quite some time. We were hoping that it would be completed sooner. It has, we've done quite a bit of the work that was part of that agreement already. But yeah, got back and forth in legal land for a while. So we have a really cool project. We are going to work on operating it and learn more about how it works. Really, I think once we have this agreement in place and start participating in Holy Cross's program. But I think I will let Kevin go into more detail on those aspects of the agreement next.
Questions?
No,
Sorry.
No, I will not. No, I'm not there yet. Sorry.
I think Patty has a question, if she can jump
I have a
in.
real quick question about the
Yep.
use of airport property. There needs to be a nexus then, it's my understanding, to be able to use. Was it airport property purchased by FAA? So we have to have a nexus to the use of the property to the airport. That's why we're going to tie the airport into this system.
Yes. Well, I think the airport was involved from the beginning because it's in that area, but we ended up, I think the original concept was the battery yard would be located actually on Public Works, but once we designed it and realized the size of it, we had to find a kind of an alternative location for it.
Because it's my understanding that airport property can't be used for anything other than airport. So there would have to be a nexus. Yeah, so I think we're good if we're tying it in.
The airport is one of the
the-
locations that is part of the microgrid.
It's going to be tied in.
Mhm,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. Thanks. Don't want to make sure we don't get in trouble with FAA. Thank you.
And I think Michael will actually show that next. He'll show a little bit of what's all connected.
Oh.
Thanks.
I see
Yeah,
down around the
so
bottom corner.
these are kind of the main facilities connected to the microgrid system that we have. Just to give you more of a map in your mind, mental picture. But we have the Rafta Aspen Maintenance Facility, which is located within the boundary of the microgrid. One of the things that is in the agreement that it could be a potential future addition to benefit the microgrid is rooftop solar on that facility, as well as a potential future site for additional batteries if needed. We also have the Public Works facility where we have existing solar generation that's also feeding into this system, but we have designs, 30% design for additional carport solar that probably is going to go in at the point when we do the work on the campus there at Public Works to work on those buildings in the coming years. The battery energy storage systems located there on the left side near the animal shelter, and we have the 5 megawatt solar farm off this image, and then also the airport. We are, to be determined what exactly that design is going to look like, but there are quite a few ideas that, of course, we're aiming for like a net zero or carbon-free terminal. So there is necessarily going to be probably some really high-tech energy efficiency components and clean energy aspects to that project that also will interact with the microgrid. Okay, and now I will hand it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Michael. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through the agreement real quick, and just kind of hit the high points that for each of the three agencies that are involved here. So starting with RAFTA here, the high points for RAFTA, Michael's already mentioned a couple of them, but they agree to own, maintain, and operate. And again, there's that as funding allows in the future, a proposed 300 kilowatt PV array that would, like Michael said, would be rooftop solar there at the AMF, and potentially an additional battery storage system as well. They would have space there to do both of those things. So that's where RAFT is at. And if we went backwards a little bit further, they did also include some funds into the project as we've gone along. So so those are both kind of to be determined in the future, but that's part of RAFTA's engagement here. So,
Francie,
What do they get?
they get to be part of this microgrid, and so if in the if there were an emergency, and we're going to go into the different operational structures, but let's say there were a blackout or a brownout or something like that, and this were to be utilized, then they would be able to continue to operate that facility in a situation where otherwise they would either be having to run off of like diesel generators or something like that, or they would just be without power.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. All right, Michael. Thanks. Holy Cross Energy agrees to install, own, maintain, and operate the equipment associated with the storage system yard, as well as microgrid systems that are needed to operate outside of there. So basically, there's a bunch of controls and switches and things like that that a guy like me can't understand exactly how all of them work. But basically, they manage a few things that are right there in the yard, and then a lot of other controls and switches that are surrounding it. And so that's a big part of making this work for all of the entities that are involved with it. And also, in addition to that, they agree, part of this agreement, to pay $10.30 per kilowatt month for energy received from the battery energy storage as part of this microgrid demand response pilot program, which we have a different slide in there, and I'll explain the pilot program to you guys in a few slides. So,
Greg.
Could you go back to the RAFTA slide just briefly? And Michael or Kevin, this is for both of you. And Francie's question, why would RAFTA want to do this? One benefit is that RAFTA is acquiring electric buses. We'll have 10 more buses next year. So that'll give us 20, I think, by then. And they may need to charge them, and it may be an opportunity. You know, the load is going to increase at the RAFTA facility. But conversely, an electric vehicle is an incredible power source. It's a massive battery, much bigger than most people have in their homes, even with the power walls. And so I'm wondering, does this microgrid have the capacity to use vehicle per load? Say we had an emergency, could we plug a RAFTA bus into the microgrid as in V2L, vehicle to load, and be able to use the power off of a bus? Like, you know, a bus could power a clinic or a facility for, you know, a number of days probably.
You're saying the reverse, rather than drawing out the microgrid and putting it into the
buses are just
microgrid.
giant rolling batteries, and just wanted to. I know that technology is being used in California already and elsewhere, and you know, all these big batteries we have in our cars are, you know, they could power our houses for days. So just wanted to see if that's on the horizon.
That's a good thought, though.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yeah, I can give you a basic answer to that, which I think is it would require some upgrades at the RAFTA facility. So, you know, I don't think we have the capability to plug the bus directly into the battery that we have, but the bidirectional charging would be taking place at RAFTA's facility if they install those type of chargers.
Right, right. I can anticipate that.
I think
I
it's
hope they
possible.
plan on
Yeah,
it.
it's
So
possible
they
we
could
have
carve a
that
raft building.
in the
something like
future, but we didn't discuss that as part of this project.
Great, thanks. We've reached the end of my knowledge of the topic.
that. You're knowledgeable, by the way.
Okay.
We'll hold out for whatever you want to fake in the future. All right.
And then on the Pitkin County side, we were the project lead and fiscal sponsor of the project. And so the things that we agreed to were to install, own, maintain, and operate the existing, I believe, rooftop solar at Public Works, which is a little over 100 kilowatts. A future potential project that Michael also noted of the carport solar, also at Public Works, and then the now existing 1.5 megawatt battery energy storage system we provided through the agreement with the airport, the property for the battery itself, and then we also agree through this agreement to enroll in Holy Cross Energy's microgrid demand response program, which we touched on briefly, and I'll touch on a little bit more coming up still.
So like Francie asked, what's Pitkin County getting out of it?
Well, Pitkin County, again, would get similar to RAFTA. It's like if it were to go into a
Brown or blackout.
A brown or blackout, which again we'll talk about a little bit here in a moment, we would have power to the airport. We would have power to the Public Works. I believe I think we clarified this today. The animal shelter is within the microgrid. While it's not called out as one of the priorities, it is within the microgrid as well, and so they could potentially have electricity generation there as well. And again, it depends on whether this happens in a situation where we have access to that solar farm or not, how much electricity we really have to work with.
Because it's my understanding this first step, I should say, we're not gonna there's not a whole backlog of power yet. We're gonna try and build up to that. So if we've got all those entities needing to draw from the microgrid, the time frame of electricity of power is gonna be cut down shorter and
So
shorter.
without any like efficiencies, let's say that everybody just wanted to keep doing everything they were doing before, we'd have in the range of about 2.5 hours worth of electricity from this one existing battery that's there. Now, if it were, and actually, Michael, why don't you advance to the next slide, because we might be, there we go. Yeah, we're going to talk about this anyway.
Small island, large island.
Yep. Yeah. So what's being called black sky operations is the situation where we have an emergency or a power outage of some sort for whatever the reason happens to be. And in this small island situation, we do not have access to the solar farm. So one scenario would be it's nighttime and the solar farm is not creating any energy, therefore you don't really have access to it. And so that's the small island. So really you've got Public Works, you've got RAFTA, you've got the airport, and you've got the Holy Cross infrastructure that's supporting all of that. And the battery is your supply at that point. And so again, depending on if it was like, okay, we need to conserve, and everybody's like, okay, we bring this down, our loads down a little bit, it can go longer than that 2 to 3 hours or 2.5 hours. If we just keep rolling like we are, then you run out of juice in a couple of hours with the amount of power storage we have today. Now in the large island situation, so the large island really adds in the solar farm. And so when you add in that solar farm, basically that can run everything within the microgrid during the day, and it can charge the battery at the same time. There's enough power generation coming just from that. And so that's your large island situation. And so again, you could charge it and then still, after, let's say, depending on the time of day, it gets dark, we're no longer creating any energy, and then you're able to, at that point, you still have those couple hours. Yep.
Where's the power from the solar farm going now? Isn't
My
it going into the
assumption,
grid for
it's
Holy
going
Cross?
into the grid, yeah.
So if we start sucking it into the microgrid, what's Holy Cross gonna do for the power they've been using from the solar farm? I mean, they won't have that anymore.
Depending on the situation, and we're getting a little outside of my realm of understanding, but if power were coming from down valley, up valley, they may not have a lot of other opportunities to feed up and into the grid as well. Anyway. So.
Yeah.
And Patty, in our early discussions around this with Holy Cross, one of the challenges that they were trying to manage with renewables is that the power is generated at a time where the demand isn't highest.
Right, so that would be the time it would go to the microgrid to charge the batteries.
Yeah, and so actually having this battery on the Blue Sky or Big Island Day, I can't
Well,
remember which.
No, Blue Sky's coming up next. So
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry, we're on Black Sky.
And there's black sky, and there's gray sky, there's brown
Yeah,
sky.
so in the event of one, where we've sectioned off the microgrid, it's true that would not be going into the broader grid, but usually that means there's already been a failure. So sorry, I was on the wrong day,
So if we
wrong
have a
color day
failure
here.
during the day and we're drawing, when the power is being generated at a solar farm, it's going to the microgrid to keep operations running on the microgrid.
Correct.
But it's not running into Holy Cross's grid, it's coming to the microgrid.
Which is still Holy
We
Cross's
don't always
grid.
get blackouts in the middle of the night.
Yeah, which is still Holy Cross's grid. But the main source of charging in that event when the microgrid is closed
Right.
is going to be the solar farm.
I just want to make sure that those of us who use Holy Cross up Valley are not getting shorted on power when we have a blackout and it's going into the microgrid, and rather than coming up Valley and to provide electricity up here.
It would usually mean like the Lake Christine fire scenario that we were so concerned about, that you've already lost power. In this event, we're creating the microgrid so that these critical public services can run off
Not
the
just
battery.
the random blackouts we have now.
Correct.
But we do have those, which can create emergencies up in the Upper Valley. I'm talking Upper Aspen Valley, because of people who depend on electricity for oxygen, in their homes and things like that.
Ideally, long-term, this type of resiliency is propagated throughout the network so that
Right,
that
well, when
doesn't
we have a
happen.
bigger system.
We're a long
which-
ways from that, though.
I know we are. So
And that, I will say though, that's a great point, John, that part of this, the intent of this project is to be able to demonstrate the usability and the viability of the project in that bigger, larger scheme as well. So, yeah, this is part of building that larger resiliency. Is
And
getting
really
this
quickly,
first
and
start.
that being said, I'm gonna look at John for this, because it's about the airport again. If we expand the microgrid, we're gonna take up more land that's airport land. And we're only gonna be using this much part of that microgrid system for the airport. I just wanna make sure we're clean with FAA and use of lands out for purposes outside of airport.
Yeah, so the right now we have room for, is it 2 more battery packs on the site where
Without
it is
enlarging it.
now.
Without using any additional
Without-
Just a
land.
thought for the
Yeah.
future when we get to the big, success. We have
Yeah,
to keep that
yeah,
in
and I think we can show a direct benefit to the airport. I'm pretty confident on
I
that.
don't wanna mess up
Yeah,
relationships. with
understood,
FAA.
yeah.
All right. Let's move to Blue Sky. So the Blue Sky operations is in those instances where there is no emergency, but there is a peak load that Holy Cross Energy is experiencing. And so there's a couple aspects of this. The battery energy storage system itself basically needs to be exercised. It needs to be drawn down to a certain level and brought back up so that it's used, or else you start to lose some of the overall capacity in the battery. So this is good for the system to draw it down and then bring it back up. And we're able to do it in a way that's beneficial both to Holy Cross Energy and beneficial to the county. So this Holy Cross Energy Demand Response Pilot System is when Holy Cross Energy, usually in between the hours of like 4 and 9 o'clock or so, when, as Michael was saying earlier, there's those peak demands where people are getting off of work and they're charging their things, they're making dinner, they're doing all the things, they turn the air conditioning up, whatever. That's when they get a peak, usually get these peak loads. They will put in a request to us and we'll say, yeah, go for it. And they'll pull energy out of the battery, put it into the grid, and use it to supply, residents and other uses up here. And basically, we get paid for that use, and that estimated based on their estimates of how many times they see something like that, that peak demand, and that we'd be getting about $7,500 per month, approximately, when you spread it out over a year. And so that's another benefit that the county gets, Patty.
That's at the current capacity of the
That's at the current capacity, correct.
Pretty
yes.
small benefit compared to the cost of this project, though.
Correct, yes.
I know, I'm trying to figure out what's going to come out of our general fund. Can you tell I'm leaning in that direction at the end of the day?
So that's the blue sky operations aspect of this, where it's doing what Greg was talking about earlier, where like there's those peak demands, so we don't have to build out the larger grid in a way where you're supplying more energy than is usually necessary, because you have the storage as well. So, Michael. So yeah, that's the agreement, basically. I mean, there's more to it, obviously, in there than that. But those are the big parts and pieces of the agreement. So the next steps would be to formalize that agreement with all three of the project partners. And so, as you can see, there's a few signatures that would go on that. Like Michael said, it's been run through all the different legal departments, and we're ready to move to this next step. And then there is a case study and lessons learned that we can present. I believe it's been presented in a few different formats before, but we can continue to work towards that. And then there's the future phases. So as Patty was asking a little bit with the airport itself. So we have the ability to bring in 2 more of the same size batteries without using any more. You can actually see it right there. Those little pads right there are exactly where another set of batteries would sit. They'd sit right there. They get connected in. It's not as easy as just plugging in, your battery to the wall or anything like that. But in concept, it's similar to that, where it's like, okay, we got another Tesla battery wall or whatever. And so we're increasing that capacity. There are other opportunities within this, one at the airport, similar to this, that could be included in the overall design if that were something recommended. There's also space at the RAFTA AMF facility as well. So we've got different opportunities to expand this and to do that. There's also the future phases of a total of, right now, 400 kilowatts of solar between the Public Works facility and RAFTA, if funding were to be available for that. And then we're also looking at the geothermal investigation. We should be getting the pre-feasibility study back from the consultant in the end of the month, so in the next couple of weeks, and learning more about the feasibility, or whether it's even feasible to keep moving forward with potential geothermal for that area, including the airport as a potential source to help with the climate goals for the airport. So I think those are a lot of the things, and the next, our staff recommendation, and then we'll get there, is to, if you guys are okay with it and you've asked all the questions and are comfortable with it, to move this forward to a first reading of a resolution to adopt this, and then move forward into the second, and then get all the signatures.
Is the geothermal aspect related to the heating district that we talked about?
The thermal energy network, yes, that is
That was
exactly
that.
what it
That's- so
is.
it's-
Yes. I think we did, I wasn't involved with it, but I believe there are 2 different boreholes, one closer to the airport and one almost like right adjacent to this battery energy storage system. And we'll be getting all the results back from that, like I said, hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Just help me understand, why don't we think of them as 2 separate projects? What is the linkage to each other?
I think that it's just, they're all in the same area. They
I
wouldn't.
mean, I get how it's like energy reduction, energy efficiency, you know, those sort of things, but
They are 2 standalone systems for sure. I think the idea was, you know, the conservation that the energy conservation that you could achieve through a heating district and such, which is kind of like using the batteries the buildings as a heating battery or cooling battery as necessary. But they are 2 different scopes that could live on their own. Yeah.
thanks. Okay, that's helpful. Jeffrey, and then Francie.
A couple logistics questions. So, the existing approval, the disturbance is only 14,520 square feet. That's all you guys can touch. In other words, this went through a planning process, which was for 1/3 of an acre, and it violates the master plan for the WAMP. So my first question is, are you disturbing more than 14,520 square feet? Easy first one, because that's what your constraint is, right? So, and that includes if you're doing geothermal, which has never been through an approval process, as well as the battery storage. My follow-on question is, has any of the diesel generation that sits behind the batteries actually been turned off? And then the third question is there a sense of urgency around the full build out, right? So in other words, if you bought a MacBook Pro today, you'd get an M4 chip, and then you say, oh, the rest of the firm needs laptops. So we get everyone a laptop, but they're on the M6 already. So I'm worried about, I didn't hear any sense of urgency with the full build out to whatever it was, 8 megawatt hours. So is there a phase 2 or is that just funding based? So first one is stick to your square footage, that's all you're approved for. Which second is really, are you walking the walk yet in terms of turning off other systems like diesel? And third is there a sense of urgency in terms of completing this overall project?
Do you guys want to take this, or you want me to jump in?
Sorry. Light ones.
I mean, I can answer the third one.
And you can come back. I know they're not related to the agreement, but you have an existing location and extent, and you're disturbing service berries and sagebrush, and it's sort of, I've never been a fan of the industrialization of the WAMP and the site selection involved in this exercise. So that's where I hopefully couched my questions to you.
The third question is a great one, and Michael, I'll let you address it, but we've asked that same question, so go for it, Michael.
Funding.
Yeah, so there is some sense of urgency. I think we don't know the exact timeline, but the technology certainly changes. And in talking with CLP, the engineering firm that has worked with us on this, they do recommend, as funding allows, try to move on it with some urgency, because the technology will change, and we don't want to get to the point where we have a system that's incompatible with the new technology. So that is something to keep in mind.
And I think the other half of that question is, yes, it's budget driven. They're not inexpensive units to purchase. So.
But in essence, number 3 is the board should be behind you in the full build out. There is a sense of urgency relative to understand funding, but that the technology moves, and we don't want to have part A is year 1 and then part B is 3 years out, and it's no longer Schneider and whoever else is making this stuff says, nope, you guys are out of date already. And that's, I'm voicing that concern.
Correct. Yeah.
Or sharing that concern.
Yeah.
On some of the other questions, like the backup diesel generator, it's more cascading. So the battery will kick in first, and if the battery can last through the event, that diesel will never kick on. However, we are still maintaining that diesel because it provides up to want to say 7 days
Right.
of black sky coverage right now, whereas we're not quite getting that until we add into the batteries. So it's a little bit of a yes and on hardening the facilities. I view this as a transition period where we're not as efficient, right? We're going to be maintaining 2 systems, but we're maintaining the operability with the battery being the first kind of option when the microgrid is turned on. In terms of the approvals on the only thing that's been approved so far is the microgrid. Nothing, there would be a separate conversation approval around any geothermal development.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, it's 1/3 of an acre. That was the total disturbance that was approved, because it really is the destruction of the last greenfield before you hit the city of Aspen.
Francie.
Are there going to be costs incurred in this next process, not buying a new battery, but just getting going?
There will be some normal ongoing maintenance costs, like anything else, just like we were talking about with the diesel generator. There's the normal maintenance cost of that, and this will have some of those as well. We don't have we're just getting started with contract negotiations on what that's going to look like with WEG and others to try to determine what that's going to be. So I don't have numbers for you on what like an annual cost will be. But yes, there will be additional costs.
Like major capital expenditures or lesser amounts?
No, I think it's mostly like a annual maintenance contract and
What about, in order to supply backup electricity to these buildings, don't we have to run lines to them?
So the microgrid itself, Michael, let me test myself here. So the microgrid itself is reliant upon all of the existing electricity lines that are running between these, and then there's these switches and controllers that Holy Cross Energy, some of them are already there, and some of them they are installing. They had a hard time getting them, and now that they have them, or now that they're projected to get them, they're looking towards, I think it was January-ish, to actually start to install them. So
what are them?
The controllers and the switches.
Yeah.
So those controllers and switches they get put in at the prescribed locations that describe the extent of. So like Michael was showing you before, where in a very simplified version of it, where you've got Public Works, and you've got this, and you've got the Raft AMF, and you've got Airport. That's a very simplified version of it. The complicated version of it would make my head spin, I'll say, when you look at this diagram of like all the different places. Right now, it's not. Holy Cross is trying to keep it less complex, and so there's actually a few little places like the animal shelter that weren't necessarily designed into it that could receive power from it. And if one were to want to get more specific as to what's on and off, you could put in more of these controllers, but the loads at a lot of these places are so small comparatively that it's not worth the investment in these expensive controllers and switches and such.
But I'm still imagining wherever the source is, which I'm assuming is the battery, still has to have a line that goes to the airport. I mean, and it doesn't now.
It doesn't have to have a specific line from the battery directly to the airport. Right. It has to have a line into the microgrid, and then if at black sky operational time frame, the one of those switches gets thrown basically, and it stops power from going outside of where the microgrid is. And so it sets the limit at, let's just say just right after the RAFTA AMF, and it sets it right after the animal shelter and at the other side of the airport and here, and then that electricity uses that system then uses the existing electric lines to connect everything, but it stops it out here so it can't gape out into, to run the hospital or, a lift over across the street at Buttermilk or something like that.
I get that, but the grid itself that exists now between all of these places didn't include that battery station that we have built. So there's got to be a backhoe going out there and connecting it somewhere.
And that's been done.
That's been done.
That's been done.
Okay.
It goes into
Yeah,
the existing.
it is connected to the grid. There is a transformer located right outside of the battery yard, and so the battery is plugged in. We've been charging and discharging it already, and so it just generally feeds power and takes power from the grid that gets then distributed by the existing infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Francie.
Yes.
No,
I
you
do
were
want
fine.
us to move along,
was
guys.
just
We are
not seeing very well.
have some
I
other
just wanna
things we're
follow
running
up
over.
on the 300 and 100 megawatts at Public Works and Raft. What's the schedule for adding solar capacity at those facilities? It's on the future programs. Raft is supposed to add, 300 kilowatts of solar, and Public Works has 100 kilowatts. Is that already on the roof? It's already there.
The Public Works is not the Raft.
Yeah, that's already in place, but the Raft isn't yet. Okay.
The Raft
so,
is.
so the carport solar would be at Public Works, would be part of the future capital improvements at Public Works, which is like 5 or so years out, I think. And then Raft, there's currently not a timeline that I'm aware of when that is going to be
Got it.
installed.
So Michael, this is in addition to the solar that's on top of Public Works already?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
over the
sorry.
solar.
Okay, thank you.
Patty?
Real quick, on page 9 of the agreement, you have appropriations for 2023-24. No mention of what was appropriated in 25 that was being proposed for 26. I don't know if that information should be included in the agreement. Just food for thought. If this agreement is supposed to come back to us on December 3rd or something,
Correct.
we should try to clean the language up. Also, we might want to be looking at for signature lines, making sure our county manager's signature line is correct at the time we go to approval. And we have Richard Neely as the interim county attorney. So just some fundamental cleanups, because this is our work session based on a document that's coming back to us in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks.
Fair.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments on this?
I read it, just so you know that.
All right, have we submitted for any awards yet on this work? It's very innovative and exciting.
Get it done first.
Got Michael out the
It's
dog and pony
operational
show out there.
It's,
Yeah, we're
it's
trying.
going. Yeah.
Everyone is waiting for this agreement because it is such a groundbreaking partnership where it's shared infrastructure between different public entities. And so once we have this signed, that's really what DOLA and a lot of other folks have been looking for as sort of a leadership, a piece of leadership from the county.
Let's get CMC on board in the fire station.
I think this will be a model for future partnerships. And when we all got together and first started talking about this a long time ago now, the partners identified actually what's in front of you today and will be in front of you at a future regular meeting is probably the most difficult part, not the technical side, but trying to get these entities into an agreement where we understood contributions and long-term maintenance and operations and who is responsible. And this is the part, as Michael said, that the state's so interested in because other communities have not been able to do this. So appreciate you guys continuing the work and getting this over the finish line.
All right. We will see you on
Thank you.
December 3rd with the
you.
corrections Patty's noted. Look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Michael.
Okay. I want to move quickly to an open discussion thing well, it's kind of a future agenda thing, open discussion. For tomorrow, the item about the interim manager resolution was not properly added ahead of time, so we have noticed.
The item of what?
The interim manager appointment.
okay.
Was not properly noticed, so we've added a special meeting following the rest of the meeting, or we can I think Rye might have noticed it for 2 o'clock, so kind of at the middle of the meeting, so we properly have notice for it, given the public interest. And so it's a little awkward, but we want to make sure we can do it tomorrow and not have to call a different special meeting on a different day or wait until December 3rd.
And we need to let the applicant know of our last land use item that it may be a little bit further down the line, because
Yeah. And so
letting
because
Francie know
that this has been noticed, I am going to send out the announcement to staff momentarily. You've all been given.
I'm fine with the language, thank you.
Thank you.
You have my approval.
Okay.
I have, believe it or not, again, no future agenda issues.
No what?
No future agenda issues.
All right.
Wait, maybe I'm gonna change my mind on that.
Anyone else have any future agenda items?
I've got one.
Go ahead, John.
And it's relative to
Wait,
the.
John, real quick. They have one more item on December 9th. I won't be here in the morning. I brought it up last week. For future agendas, I won't be here until after exec, if we have exec that day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Needs to be noticed.
So on December 10th, because I just want to see Patty's face when I say mini retreat one more time. We have the mini retreat with COS, and we had originally planned that for.
Excuse me, what did you say?
I know. for 1 to 5. There is an APSHA board meeting that day at 4. The COSM folks could be available from 11 to 3, which I think may work better for folks' schedules, if that is possible to move
Doing
that.
lunch or no lunch?
We'll get you lunch even.
Is that I'm bringing tuna sandwich again.
What's that?
I'll bring my tuna sandwich again.
11?
Would-
Okay, so let me just move this. 11.
Would you all be open to moving it 11 to 3?
3.
Okay. That's all my future agendas.
What just happened?
And what time's your party on the 11th?
I just saw the invite for that. I think it's 4 to 7 at a county-owned facility, Stubby's, Mid-Valley.
Do you know that's the same day as
party?
the
Get a
Accra,
discount?
Yeah. What's that?
Accra Winter School opening
Oh, is it? Oh, I
is
don't-
at 3:30
Oh.
here in town, and I have a doctor's phone call at 4. So I will be to that county-owned facility at some point.
I'm gonna be there.
So can we?
I don't have an invitation.
Can we, sorry, for the board chair, can we notice both John's party and winter school with Accra? Please.
What does the invitation look like?
It came out
Came
from
through on your
Rosa.
calendar.
What?
It
Came
came
through
through
the
on
ca-
your calendar.
Yeah.
It's not a fancy invite.
Oh, but not
for-
an email?
It's on the, whatever the homepage is called, on the PCIN.
Oh, that thing.
There's graphics
I
and stuff.
never open that.
Yeah.
Should I?
I can.
I'll screenshot it for you.
I
Oh, there
clearly
it's
am.
on the calendar. I see it. Oh, it's
Other future agenda items? Okay, not seeing any. We can go ahead and go to board reports.
Okay, I will start.
Kick us off, please.
Accra, of course, again, Francie just mentioned it, or Jeffrey just mentioned it, winter school is coming up. That, it's in December, so it'll be that weekend of the 11th, because after the icebreaker bash at the Jazz Aspen facility on the mall, Cooper Street Mall. So that's kind of where Accra is. I'm trying to get Accra working with the airport on creating a business, maybe once a month update as to the status and timing of airport projects, because business owners are getting a little nervous about what their planning is going to be for 2027, 28, 29. So we're working on that with Accra. NACO, there's nothing new to update. Still looking to see when the grants are going to be coming forward with the NOFO. Right, John? NOFO?
Notice of funding opportunity. Yeah.
For other funding opportunities for the airport. So kind of waiting to hear from Jessica. Maybe we'll hear from her before the 10th. Hopefully that'll be part of our discussion on the 10th of December. Northwest COG. One interesting factor we realized over this past year, we didn't have a lot of good COG attendance especially from municipalities. Mostly counties have been showing up, but so we decided to try to fix it. So we requested that our executive director, John Stabney, reach out to municipalities and whoever hasn't been at meetings to find out why they weren't attending. So what could we do to get the attendance numbers up? I don't know if everybody was just too busy, because you can zoom in, and the meetings we've tried to rotate them. It's great when we have them over in Gypsum, makes a great location. And then we try and go to 2 or 3 other jurisdictions, Steamboat, or we're going to try and have another one over here. The one in Glenwood was great. Good turnout at that one. That was a great meeting. So kind of working on that. We'd pass our budget, where budget is pretty much in final stages, as ACRA's is too. We're going to be passing the ACRA budget right before the icebreaker for winter school, hopefully passing it. Economic development, we're looking at what we're going to do with the departure of our economic development director. Rachel is moving on to, she got a position with social services. She went back to school and is working on some different credentials. So a lot going on over there. As far as the Intermountain TPR, I had a long conversation with Brian. The TPR is doing an audit. Oh, too bad Steve Child isn't here. For the bus stang or the snow stang. They want to look at what the ridership is. They're hoping to have that audit done by the end of the year. You see those buses everywhere now. They're in and out of Glenwood constantly, and I think the ridership is pretty high. So that'll be interesting to come back and see how many cars and people were taking off highway or off I-70 and just giving people a better ride from the western slope to the Front Range. So when we get that information, I'll have Brian bring it back to us. He also told me that they're trying to speed up the spending of the multimodal money, because all the grants that are out there for multimodal planning and construction, I think primarily, ends in 2026 per CDOT. If you don't have your project done, your funding goes away, so you could be almost midstream project. And it's under House Bill 1466. So Brian is keeping an eye on that, because that may put some more funding back into CDOT's pockets. We're not really sure. The other, I asked him about the entrance to Aspen and how they are fitting into the TPR tier status. Entrance to Aspen is in Tier 1, but there's 3 other projects. None of them are really close to shovel in the ground, so that's years out for any funding through CDOT. So just keep the board apprised of that. So we'll see if other projects get the money. There may be no money left for entrance to Aspen funding for some years out. And that's pretty much all I have. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Patty. Francie, can you go ahead?
I'm looking it up. Can you call on somebody else for a second?
Oh, real quick, can I add about CCI? CCI is now creating a new task force about emergency services through the new bill, and I don't have the bill number. It's for like ambulance districts, and they're looking for a CCI representative. I'm going to look into it, see what the time frame is, how much time it takes, when they might be planning meetings, so they don't. I may submit an application. I'll just let the board know. I talked with Gabe Muthing. He thought it'd be great to have somebody from rural community, Western Slope, sitting at these meetings with this new task force. And with my previous experience with the All Hazards Advisory Committee, it might be a good opportunity. I'll keep you guys posted. If Gabe said he'd definitely write me a letter of recommendation to get me in there. So,
Well, I would totally support you, and I'd like our board to write a letter to the CCI Board of Directors.
Be great, because they have a submission date at the end, like by November 28th. But I got to get more, because I don't want it to interfere with anything else we're doing. So,
okay,
we'll see. I'll keep you guys in the loop.
Let us know so we can get that drafted and
I will.
submitted.
Thank you.
I think it's December
Thanks.
9th, but I could be wrong on that date. Okay, if you'd like me to go, I will go ahead. So, APSHA, we had an update from the APSHA director just last week, so I don't think we need to belabor a lot there. I will say I'm going to get with Francie and staff about whether any of the legal updates that we received in executive session at the APSHA board are relevant to here in executive session for our board, because sometimes we get pulled into those different lawsuits, or they implicate policy considerations that our board has to weigh in on. Let's see, CCI. CCI decided on their policy agenda for the year, and I'm gonna thank Levi for pointing it out to me, and I'll read them to you, and they're gonna cross over all of our different subcommittees that we sit on. So the organization voted for these 7 as their top priorities. Allow counties to publish legal notices in non-periodical newspapers.
Critical.
Defining EMS as essential services. Ability for counties to enforce code violations.
Duh.
Processes for human service fiscal notes. This would require the legislature to assess whether their human services bills create any fiscal obligation for counties. Funding for county roads to state parks. Revising the Child Welfare Prevention and Intervention Services Cash Fund. And funding to implement the Air Quality Control Commission Landfill Rules Regulation 31.
Okay.
I see those as totally within CCI's wheelhouse.
I don't see anything that's really vitally critical that we would
Nope,
have.
they're working on county interests and nothing terribly controversial. There were 2 bills, maybe I'll look to Levi and Jeffrey. One, they were going to take up Proposition 123 reform, and there was a couple of elements related to that. When they went back and did a recount on the votes tallied, they discovered that a county voted twice, and it ended up knocking out the support for those bills, for that bill, as a legislative priority. And Levi, do you want to come up? I forget what the second one, or Jeffrey, if you know what the second one was, that also got knocked off the priority list.
The second bill was out of Boulder County, was county authority for excise tax.
Oh, right. CCAT is still debating whether we're going to take that up.
Yep, some sort of modified version of it.
Yeah. Let's see. The CCAT also had their retreat, their fall retreat last week. There was a presentation from the Bell Policy Center, which is one of the groups that is organizing a coalition around putting a graduated income tax proposal on the ballot for next year. And so, happy to share information about that. I personally have great interest in it. CCAT has endorsed it as a partner organization. They're in the process of going to the title board at the Secretary of State's office to have the language approved so they can start circulating petitions. They don't believe it could get referred as a measure by the legislature. It would require 2 Rs, and because of a supermajority requirement. So it's unlikely for that to go through the legislature as a referred measure. So there will be a whole petition process in the spring to get it to the ballot. I am going to participate on that and follow with great interest. So that was an interesting presentation. Let's see, I'm kind of going through the agenda here. Levi, I might look to you for the final. There was a lot of debate about finalizing the legislative priorities for this coming session and which ones to sort of downgrade to level 2. And I don't know, I don't have that actually in front of me, so I don't know, Levi, if you could report out on those.
Sure, I'm happy to share my screen. I've got a couple slides
Great.
from the notes as best they were in progress at the time.
Thank you.
Levi just sent me a text. It was Senate Bill
25-130. 130.
Thank you.
That was the one that they're creating a task force through with CCI.
So Prop 123 adjustments, Home Act is YIGB 2.0, if you remember that from last session. Reinsurance funding and home insurance affordability remained at Tier 1. Commissioner Conway came and spoke, which was awesome.
Oh,
He's a
great.
really sharp speaker, great
Great.
mind. It's impressive. And then I left recreation services, environmental health, and public health. It was kind of categorized as like a Tier 1A because we're not
This is the
sure-
excise tax.
Yeah. So this is a more narrow in scope than a full excise tax authority, but also more broad than just recreation services. So Commissioner Marlin out of Clear Creek County is fully convinced there's a path forward. Seems to be really getting some headway with stakeholding and support. So if that goes forward, I think CCAT has offered kind of modified Tier 1, and I say modified in that they're not going to do the sponsor outreach, they're not going to draft the legislation, but they still want their full force behind it. So that was my last understanding of the Tier 1 priorities. Obviously, trying to leave a lot of room for defense of what we don't know is coming as the budget picture kind of turns into a mess like we're expecting.
And it was, I thought something Eleni Angelides, who's the legislative director for the governor, came with Mike Conway, and I thought one of the things that was really interesting when looking ahead towards the budget challenges and the ongoing, almost $1 billion reductions that we'll need to manage should we not reform Tabor in the coming years. And, one thing she said to me that really stuck out was, we're at risk of becoming a state that only does education and healthcare because of the, cost for those services and the demands on the budget and the restrictions that we are facing with budget reductions. So I will, do you want to jump in on any of those, or we can wait till your turn, and then I'm going to update on the Colorado River Basin and the other two. Okay, you'll wait? Okay. So that's what I have for right now for CCI and CCAT. The Colorado River.
Oh, you do want to?
Sorry, I was like, I want to see it. Sorry.
No problem.
I'll reshare.
So these are some Tier 2 for CCAT is, add our name to the list, try and maybe do some defense if we need to, not invest a ton of staff energy on some of these.
Sorry. I couldn't read that fast.
What is flock? We want to make sure those sheep have privacy.
No, these are about cameras, AI cameras
Okay, I'm
that are
like,
and
never-
privacy concerns relative. Yeah, and other civil rights, frankly, and
Where did they
access.
get
that-
flock?
I
Is
assume
that
it's
the
an
company?
acronym. Yeah.
Maybe
Oh.
that is running this
Interesting.
the AI system that the cameras integrate with. So they said like the flock system can scan thousands of license plates in a matter of seconds and track where your license plate was in relation to things around where you are and report out. So if you don't want people knowing you're at an abortion clinic, Flock can tell people
Or if
that
you
you've been
went
at
to
an
the
abortion
Elks
clinic.
for tacos.
Yeah, whatever.
Right, yeah, a little bit scary.
So there was quite a bit of dialogue on how that relates to CCAT as well as whether we
Interesting.
engage on it. Let's see, the Colorado River Basin. So they met yesterday. I had conflicts for some of it, but the big news, the top of those meetings, we always hear updates from the state and from the contacts who are negotiating the Colorado River Basin negotiations. As you may know, they have not reached the upper basin and lower basin did not reach any agreement by November 11th, which has been their deadline for I think 2 years now. And so there's a lack of clarity on what's going to happen moving forward, except that the Bureau of Reclamation has been moving forward with their NEPA analysis on drawing waters from the upper basin reservoirs to keep the electricity turbines functional. So more, I don't, it's a little bit of a dark hole of what's to come next. I don't know if you were able to attend the rest of that meeting, but I had other meetings I needed to jump off for. And then the CJCC, Kara has started to take over for that. Again, that's the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee that was pulled together to sort of look at jail operations, law enforcement operations and planning related to the jail. And I think, as John has mentioned in the past, it's come up that there's additional items that we could work on collaboratively as a group. And so we're reconvening that group, and more to report after December's meeting. I'll turn it to either back to Francie or to Jeffrey.
Yeah, I want to talk about a meeting I had yesterday at Wilderness Workshop, which is related to both the BLM and the Forest Service. So he wanted to catch me up and catch us up on the Wilderness Act, which you went on that tour with Hickenlooper, right, last year. So that is still underway, and Hickenlooper is still really interested in this. And it's about incorporating quite a bit of land that is adjacent to wilderness or has some of the same properties as wilderness areas. And they're focusing on Pitkin and Eagle counties. So one of the big areas that Greg and I went to with Hickenlooper is Assignation Ridge, which is from McClure's Pass north. And the Wilderness Workshop and I think somebody from Hickenlooper, I don't know if it was Janeth or who it was, have talked with Tom Harrington, who manages Sue Rogers' place up there. She has a lot of acreage up there that's adjacent to this suggested wilderness or otherwise special management area designation. And she has no objection. Bill Fales is in favor of it. He also is adjacent to it. And it also incorporates that area. Remember when Bill came before us last year or the year before about area sort of across from Redstone, a little bit north of Redstone, where they, it's sort of the staging ground for taking their cattle up Voorhees Creek, and we were looking at the TDR for those cattlemen and stuff. And so this particular Assignation Ridge area includes almost all of that permit that Bill and the Nislanics have there, and they have voiced no opposition to it. And so Michael explained to me that any existing Forest Service grazing permits that are in an area that becomes designated wilderness retain their rights for those permits. And even though they're roadless areas, they can, if they have to do a major fence work or something, they can take like a pickup truck in or something. But so there are some exemptions for those kinds of things. Mike Pritchard, who's head of the Mountain Bike Association, he has a few areas that they don't want to be designated wilderness or special management area because they're basically roadless areas, and they have put in renegade trails. One of these is Hay Park area. So the mountain bikers have just made their own trails there. So they want that part excluded. And so when it goes to the next stage, it might be excluded. So there's quite a big area there. There's another area where they have some, it's right outside of Aspen, and it's going up Smugglers. So Smugglers goes up, and then they've done some renegade trails off of Smugglers. And one of them would make a loop, so you would go up Smugglers, and then you'd take a right and come back down, and it would make a mountain biking loop. So they want part of that area excluded from the proposal as well.
That's even in the proposal?
What?
Smugglers in that proposal? I didn't know that.
That whole area, it's huge there.
No, but that's in the wilderness designation proposal?
Yeah.
The same one that's happening in Assignation Ridge?
Almost down to, almost down to town, and my guess is that most of the people in Aspen would rather have the designation come all the way down rather than accommodate the mountain bikers by moving it back, but I don't know. A lot of the land is in Eagle, the whole Red
That's a new
Table
addition.
area.
That's a new addition, putting Smuggler in this. It's new to me, and it's my
Okay.
backyard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
whatever.
interesting.
And Red Table, the whole Red Table area over in Eagle, which I think abuts Three Meadows Ranch, I think that ranch abuts Red Table. Isn't that what we saw when we were up there?
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, a whole bunch of stuff like that. And so, if we can find a way to support Hickalooper in this, they would appreciate that. I told them I would get in touch with Janice and see if there's something that she specifically would like us to do. Let's see. Some of these areas are already roadless areas, and Trump has made it very clear that he wants to get rid of all roadless areas. So that's one of the reasons I think they might feel renewed vigor about pushing this forward. The other one is the CORE Act, and it has been introduced. It's in committee, I think, and so we'll see what happens with that, but that's basically the Thompson Divide area, and then another place in Gunnison called Red Lady. And so if we have not, as a board, signed on in support of the CORE Act, and so we should look into whether or not we have done that. I can't.
I think we've
I
done
think,
that.
I think, what's the thing that the three of us signed recently? What was that? Was that the CORE Act?
No, it was the mountain.
I just heard it on the radio the other day, and I couldn't remember what it was for.
It's in the Times or the Daily, yeah.
Yeah, do you remember what it was for? Just that terrible. Anyway, I couldn't either. So, and then he caught us up on where the Crystal River is, and there's a new study, you guys might have seen it, it was in Aspen Journalism. They're studying the tree rings in the agrarian area there, or the riparian area rather, and hopefully the tree rings will give some insight into what the historical flows were, and that can help establish what would be a reasonable in-stream flow above what is now the in-stream flow requirement. And we could then, if that happens, then we could ask the CWCB to attain the remaining water rights in the river for in-stream flow that would more closely match the historical in-stream flow. And that is, the state of Colorado would prefer that for CWCB to own those rights than to have those rights become federal water rights under Wild and Scenic. So if that could happen, it could possibly make Wild and Scenic more palatable to people. We remain opposed by Larry Darien and his lawyer, Glenn Forsack. So that's my catch up with Wilderness Workshop and what they're doing with BLM and Forest Service and stuff. I did have a meeting today with the River District during lunch. It was to inform the River District directors of what it looks like going into tomorrow hearing about Shoshone. And so they were asking for a vote to proceed along the lines that changed a little bit last Friday. And it was in exec session, and they did specifically ask not to let anything out because they don't want anybody from the Front Range to hear anything about where they are. But it doesn't really affect us anything about the Roaring Fork at all. It's about it's just about who gets to make decisions about relaxing calls. And so that was a unanimous vote for them to proceed, and we will see tomorrow where it goes. And we do have a water team meeting at 10, right, Kelly?
Yes.
Because the meeting starts at 12:45.
Yes, and I do want to note, Jennifer had sent out the public information related to the hearing tomorrow, but didn't have any guidance, like additional guidance or action items for the county to respond to.
Yeah. And they did ask me to go down to be there as a director. They asked all of the directors to go down tomorrow, but I'm not going. I'm going to be here at this table. And let's see. That's about it for me today. Besides, we're getting close to P&Z.
I know, yeah, oh, that's right, sorry. I just want to chime in one thing. So the Wild and Scenic Legislative Committee to write the bill is reformulating. They have
Right, I forgot
hired
to say that, yeah.
they've hired a facilitator, which is wonderful, because I think that's going to help us get over some of the humps.
Yeah,
that
thanks,
we've
I
had.
forgot that part,
Yeah.
thank you.
And they'll meet in December. So more to report. Jeffrey, or Greg, sorry. Jeffrey, then Greg. Thank you.
So the closeout on the River Basin meeting, there was an interesting presentation by a PhD about reducing water use by ag and whether you could pay ranchers and or farmers to reduce water use. Interesting study, happy to share it. Andy did present on Shoshone, and similar to your point, basically said, you know, we're worried about the management of that right, and we're also worried about what happens in drought conditions. Those were my two takeaways from his presentation to larger board. And then we did have beers with James Heath, and that was interesting. James Heath, the Division 5 engineer, is handing out $7 million in funding to all divisions, but obviously for Division 5, which would be not for upgrading your existing equipment per se, but putting in measuring devices. And that funding becomes available in 2026. Switching to...
Can I ask real quick, did he announce who his replacement
Yeah,
is?
Spencer was at the meeting yesterday. There were actually 4 or 5 people there from
Who's gonna be the
Division
new
5.
division
Spencer?
engineer?
I'm
Spencer.
blanking on his last name, but he was at the meeting, as well as the senior, like above all of the divisions. I'm blanking on his name. I want to say it's James, but sorry, James Heath is retiring. I'm blanking on who his boss was, but he was there as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
And then April did hand over the meeting yesterday. She's going back to housing and has stepped away from water per se. CC4CA, really the focus over the last couple months has been on the PUC and emission targets in terms of holding gas companies accountable. That's really sort of been the off-season work. CCI, Levi, myself, and Lindsay, I think, are there December 1st through 3rd. Some of the same folks that we've just heard at CCAT and at CCI will be in person. We believe the agenda is going to be updated from what's posted and focus really on the implications of HR 1 on the state and then on counties. So all 3 of us will be there, and any of the concurrents, hopefully we can blanket those sessions. CC4CA also has a happy hour during that session. Delphine, who's with CPW, is pushing 2 pieces of legislation. One is on bear conflicts, and the other one is on land management. The bear conflicts, I think I've shared with Levi, and we've been back and forth a little bit. And land management with CPW, I shared with Gary Tannenbaum, who's generally supportive. If you want either of those, there's draft legislation as well as one-pagers. I'm happy to share them. I think I'm on a call with Francie on Friday with Aspen 1 regarding transportation in the valley. You and I have a Teams call on Friday.
I have no knowledge of that whatsoever.
Okay. I'm just sharing it with you.
How interesting.
Yeah.
Who gave you that invitation, and how did I fit into that?
You and I are on a call, I think, at 8 or 8:30 on Friday.
Well, Greg and I have a call with Ashwood 1 at 8:30, and then we have an actual meeting with them.
Really?
The end.
Who sent you the invitation to that?
I will share my invitation with you.
Okay.
Last 2 updates. I was just in Keystone for 3 days, personal, getting my continuing education hours for the American Institute of Architects. Thank you guys for letting me have that time. The most important session was about agentic AI, and it's everyone's homework is you have to look up agentic AI, sort of the next version of where AI goes, and it was fascinating. We had a futurist come and speak to us, who was wonderful, and then I went to a session called...
Is this your committee update?
I went to, well, now I'm getting to it.
We are running over. We have to finish.
Everyone can talk, then the last guy gets no time.
Well, Greg hasn't gone yet.
I'm the last.
And I have a very critical open discussion item.
And then just the last piece, then I'll switch to board business. I came off the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, but I was really happy to attend a session with Jeff Erickson, Basalt, Aspen, Carbondale, Glenwood, Garfield, Eagle, and Vale, fire chiefs as well as code officials, talking about how we can all drive wildfire code together as a community. So thank you to Jeff Erickson for organizing that. There were probably 30 of us in the room and online, so really nice handover, supported by Division of Fire Prevention and Control in terms of adopting that for our valley. So thanks for letting me go over.
Thank you. Greg?
Okay, regarding QQ, had a recent meeting. Jeffrey attended in my stead. I have resigned the vice chair of that. It wasn't working. It was a conflict every time, and Jeffrey took an interest in it. So Jeffrey is going to take over QQ from me. Board of Health meets, hasn't met recently, but I'm going to meet with Jordana soon and talk about what's in stake for the fall. Nothing really new there. RAFT is going well. The free bus service is going very well. Ridership didn't go up so dramatically that it clogged the park and rides or stuffed the buses full of people. It's actually been surprisingly quiet, but still there's still an uptick, and maybe 5 or 8%, something like that is what I think I recall.
For October.
Yeah, and so that's going with RAFTA. RAFTA did, at my request from the previous month, published a chart that estimates the annual savings for riders who use RAFTA service rather than driving their weekly work trips. Savings based on IRS mileage rate of $0.70 per mile, 70 cents a mile, which reflect
70 or 7?
70,
Okay.
which reflect the cost of vehicle ownership, operation, fuel, maintenance, insurance, and depreciation. And the analysis is shocking. If you're commuting from Rifle to Aspen, for instance, you're almost spending $20,000 a year, $19,000 plus per year. The chart shows from the farthest areas to the nearest areas and what it actually costs to drive your car as opposed to taking RAFTA. And it counts the single ride fare costs as well. So I think people will be surprised how much they spend driving their cars.
How much does it cost on RAFTA?
$7 from Glenwood, I think. And,
No, but I mean, you don't have it for the year to compare with the 20,000 for driving?
I don't have that right here. No,
Okay.
sorry, they didn't provide that. If they did, I don't have it in front of me. We did the Rio Grande Corridor Conservation Covenant Area Tour on November 3rd. And that was a great tour. Several of us went and saw the areas where covenant enforcement issues are necessary, but generally there are very few. They've done such a good job over the years of enforcing the covenants that most of the problems are being cleaned up. People
Did you bike?
No, this time we had to take the bus. Nobody wanted to bike.
Oh.
So we rode the bus. It still took 4 hours or so.
But the bus doesn't go down the trail.
We had our own bus. RAFTA provided us a bus.
A
and
small
and
bus
the
for
board
going on
members
the
all
trail?
got in the bus. No, not on the trail, just to
Oh,
points along
nearby.
the trail.
Oh,
And
I
we'd
see.
stop and look at places where ditches are encroaching, or people had barns that encroached and then were moved off over the years. And so a lot of the problems are being cleaned up. A lot of them are things that they make agreements to just get along. And we learned about rail banking. It's always good to remind the community, and there will be a public outreach effort from RAFTA to educate the public about the Rio Grande Corridor, the rail banking, future possible uses, because it's amazing how the rumor mill spreads. In Glenwood, people were saying they thought RAFTA was just going to start driving on the Rio Grande Trail, and what problems that would cause for people pushing baby carriages or whatever. And so it caused this uproar that could only be called uninformed. And so RAFTA has a new plan to correct that.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
Was that associated with the South Bridge that rumor started?
No, it was basically that they were concerned that we were going to take over the Rio Grande
Entire-
Trail and turn
Oh,
it
wow.
into another bus lane.
Oh, okay.
Rawapa, April Long, as she's moving out of the water, out of the pool and from water into housing, is resigning the directorship of Rawapa. RWAPA board has interviewed three really good candidates, or will be interviewed. We've seen resumes from 3 really good candidates that both April and I worked on to find. There may be a couple of more, and there will be in good hands. We also talked about what can RWAPA do, and could we trim it down? You know, April kind of grew it a little bit to work into her interests. We can scale some things back, but we also talked about the essential nature of RWAPA and why we all need to stay involved. The Aquatic Nuisance Species Program at Rudai is the shining star of the entire state. We have kept Rudai free of aquatic nuisance species so far, at great expense, but the CPW and everyone else are pointing to Rudai and the management of Rudai and the program as the best, because we have managed to keep the aquatic nuisance species out despite boats coming from everywhere. And that's expanding now to kayaks and fishing waders and things that would have just plopped into the water now. There's more scrutiny because they're seeing the nuisance species are, there's a snail, there's a mud snail that's turned up that's, you know, the next thing.
The
zebra mussels.
Yeah.
The quagga mussel, zebra mussels. You probably have all heard this, but the source in the Colorado River turned out to be a private pond where somebody had come back with their fishing equipment or a jet ski or something from an infected area. So anyway, yeah, and that's it. That's all I've got for you.
Thank you so much, Greg. Is there open discussion?
Yeah, I have something pretty, John and I and Ryan have been talking about this, and we needed some direction from the board. It's about the Airport Safety Task Force appointments. There's a little confusion as to who should be reviewing the applications and making the appointments. I think the thought is we should run the applications and have recommendations come from the AAB to this board, allow this board to see all of the applications and discuss the recommendations that AAB, and that this board would be appointing the members to that task force. I just want to make sure that that's where this board feels we should go.
Okay.
And
Do we
give
need, I
direction.
want to do everything real quickly, so if we can
Yeah,
manage
so
staff commentary too, that'd be great.
Typically, what we have done historically for task forces or such that are advising the AAB is we've had the applications go to the AAB then makes a recommendation to this board for appointment, and you see the whole. We missed that nuance when we did the bylaws for the safety committee, and so what we would recommend is just it'd be basically a one sentence to kind of clarify that since this is a committee that's been created to advise the airport advisory board in order to provide advice from you, that you would use the same selection process that you have for the stakeholder groups and such.
We just
And
needed
that's
to
what we should
clarify
have
that.
done, yeah.
And in
But it
addition
would
to
be-
that, we needed to clarify if any recommendations come out of the safety task force, which is now permanent. The other task force have been kind of temporary. This is more of a formal committee. Is that when they make recommendations, they make them to the AAB for first vetting, and then those recommendations come back to this board for approval or not, or change.
The basic idea, the AAB was created to advise you guys, and these are groups that are created to help them do that work.
We need to get clarification of the language.
So they'll get the first round vetting and then
Yep.
we'll finalize.
Right, because
what
we
they-
haven't been able to post the vacancies. We haven't been able to post this and start collecting applications because we needed to clarify
Is
this.
that okay with everyone? Yep. Sorry, Diane, I'm gonna move us along. We have more open discussion.
So Diane, you
Ian's
got
waiting.
direction and you'll give it to Ryan.
One
and
more-
he's watching.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks, Diane.
Thanks, Diane. This one's a little confusing.
Yeah, come in,
Levi,
please.
come on up, and we'll try and make this quick. We have a request to support federal legislation around and Levi, take it away because I just lost the acronym in my head.
There's a request letter being circulated asking all the members of the delegation to sign on in support of preserving the Secure Rural Schools Funding Act. So it was part of the One Big Bill Act that was stricken under a bird violation, and so we're hoping to get some support that be considered in any funding requests that go through at the end of the year, or go through as a standalone piece of legislation. Now, it's not a letter that we can sign, that you all can sign as a board. It's only available for members of the delegation to sign. So Hickenlooper and Bennett were co-sponsors on the original bill, so I'm pretty sure they already support it. I think the ask is that we reach out and make sure that HERD's office knows that there's a bipartisan, bi-chamber support kind of rally cry to get this funding installed in any future funding appropriations at the end of the year.
Discussions with Congressman Hurd in DC, he was supportive of that and PILT.
What does the funding do?
The Secure Rural Schools, it reinfuses money back into our school system. So the numbers that I had from 2024 are around $5 million that come back, and they go directly to our schools.
Come back to Colorado.
It's a little bit like the property tax replacement for communities that have a lot of public lands. And
The
so
PILT
we do
funding.
payment in lieu of taxes. This is rural schools.
So
Keeping in-
CCI
Are
Center
you talking
would
about
get
Pickens
that. Sorry,
County, the
but
state
thank
of
you.
Colorado? I'm a little confused about.
Like, who gets the money?
Yeah, and who's
We
being
get
asked
the
to
money.
support this, and I'm confused.
You don't-
It's federal dollars that go to local jurisdictions that are foregoing property taxes potentially because there's a large number of federal lands within their districts. And so we get that through payment in lieu of taxes. This is kind of a similar program, but for schools, rural schools.
that money
It's
passes
the money that
straight.
schools
Okay.
lose
Straight
without
to our
property
school
taxes
districts.
because of
Yeah.
federal lands.
It'd be
Okay, so we
yeah.
would write a letter signed by me as the chair or the board to HERD to get
No,
on
he
board.
said we can't do it as a county, I think.
We'd write it to HERD, and then HERD would
Oh,
submit a
I see.
letter in the federal. Yeah.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
may have already signed on to the letter. We just,
Yeah.
this came through CCI just today, so we're kind of playing.
Yeah, let's
catch
do
up.
it.
scramble
This is
it
an
away.
ongoing, they try to strip this in good years.
Yep, exactly.
We go through this every year, that and PILT every year.
All right, any other open discussion?
I have another one. It's about our lunches, but I can bring it up at another time.
Okay, I also just want to note, we received a letter about Cozy Point asking for reconsideration on December 3rd of our funding decision of their grant.
I wrote them back and I asked for a tour, so I'm waiting to see what they say.
I am not going to go back. I think $25,000 is very generous of us, looking at what we grant to other entities. And I think that $50,000 should go back into our
Yeah,
community.
well, we did that.
Serves, yeah. So I'm comfortable with the 25,000. I'm sorry that they feel that we weren't educated enough to make the decision, but I think $25,000 is a pretty generous grant.
Other open discussion?
Turnabout Ranch is for sale.
We've seen
Yeah,
that
it's
for a
been for
while.
sale for quite a
Anyone
while.
else?
Only that Snowmaster's without power right now, and they'd probably just love to have a microgrid.
What'd you say is for sale right
All right, we are adjourned until tomorrow at noon. Thank you,
No, he said
everyone.
something's for sale? What's for sale?
The Doran's Ranch, remember Brenda?